भारतीय छात्र संसद का उद्घोष एक बार फिर से यहाँ विवेकानंद मंडप में 3 दिन गूंजेगा। इतना गूंजेगा जो देश के लोकतंत्र को मजबूत करने के लिए युवाओं की भागीदारी को सुनिश्चित करेगा। हमारे विशिष्ट मेहमान माननीय अतिथिगण यहाँ पधार चुके हैं। श्री राजेश टोपे जी, महाराष्ट्र के हायर टेक्निकल एजुकेशन मंत्री, श्री पद्माकर वल्लवी जी, खेल और युवा मामलों के महाराष्ट्र के मंत्री, त्रिपुरा के गवर्नर डॉक्टर DY पाटिल जी, क्रिमिनल लॉयर और पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर उज्जवल निकम जी, रामोजी ग्रुप के अध्यक्ष रामोजी राव जी, सीनियर जर्नलिस्ट ब्रॉडकास्टर मार्क टली जी, पोस्ट मोटर्स के डॉक्टर अभय फिरोदिया जी, सार्क सेक्रेटेरिएट के डायरेक्टर मोहम्मद इब्राहिम गफूरी जी, आदित्य बिरला फाउंडेशन के अध्यक्ष राजश्री बिरला जी, जाने माने वैज्ञानिक डॉक्टर RA माशेलकर जी, श्री अभिजीत पवार जी, सकाल मीडिया ग्रुप के चेयरमैन और मायर्स MIT के संस्थापक प्रणेता डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी और चीफ कन्वीनर भारतीय छात्र संसद राहुल कराड़ जी, हम सब के बीच हैं। हम आप सभी का हृदय से स्वागत और अभिनंदन करते हैं। बंधुओं, इसकी शुरुआत हमेशा की तरह वर्ल्ड पीस प्रेयर से, विश्व शांति की प्रार्थना से।
ओम नमो जियाद्या वेद प्रतिपाद्या जय जय स्वसंवेद्या आत्मरूपा देवातुति गणेषु सकलार्थमति प्रकाशु म्हणे निवृत्तिदासु अवधारि बोधि गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुसाक्षात् परब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः।
कृपया सभी अपने अपने स्थान पर रहें। तो मित्रों, भारतीय छात्र संसद का ये तीसरा अधिवेशन, भारतीय छात्र संसद का उद्देश्य सिर्फ राजनीति की मुख्य धारा से युवाओं को जोड़ना नहीं, बल्कि अपनी संस्कृति के दर्शन कराना भी है। और आज देश की माटी की सुगंध उसके शास्त्रीय नृत्यों में होती है। हम भारतीय छात्र संसद के थीम सॉन्ग का भरतनाट्यम शैली में एक प्रस्तुति करेंगे। इसकी कोरियोग्राफी की है जानी मानी भरतनाट्यम नृत्यांगना डॉक्टर स्वाति दैठनकर ने। आइए देखते हैं इनकी प्रस्तुति।
तुषारहार धवला या कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे। आओ अब कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे। तब जाकर कुछ बात बनेगी, जनहित की शुरुआत बनेगी। भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद। नर अपनी आँख का तारा, तन मन धन से भी है प्यारा। भारत अपनी आँख का तारा, तन मन धन से भी है प्यारा। लोकतंत्र है इसकी गरिमा, इसका रक्षण ध्येय हमारा। भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद। नर सनी पम ग पनि सानी सा ग म ग सनी पनि सा ग म ग सा पा म ग सा सनी सा सा सनी सा ग ग ग म ग ग रे 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 सनी पनि सनी सनी सा ग ग रे म ग ग म ग म ग म सा ग नि सा पनि म ग सा ग म प ग म पनि सा ग म ग। जवान उमंगे जवा है धड़कन, युवा शक्ति से जागृत कण कण। जवा उमंगे जवा है धड़कन, युवा शक्ति से जागृत कण कण। जो भी कमी है हम भर देंगे, जो न हुआ है हम कर देंगे। भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद। चला कारवां अब न रुकेगा, चला है तूफान अब न थमेगा। चला कारवां अब न रुकेगा, चला है तूफान अब न थमेगा। ये निश्चय है ना के सपना, शान विश्व की भारत अपना। भारतीय छात्र संसद, 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 भारतीय छात्र संसद।
बहुत खूब, लेकिन तालियों की आवाज मित्रों कम है। क्या इनकी यह खूबसूरत प्रस्तुति आपकी तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट सुन नहीं पाएगी? बिल्कुल सुनेगी। शुक्रिया। का जोश, इसे कहते हैं भारत के युवाओं की शक्ति। इस शक्ति के नाम जोर से तालियां बजाकर हम अभिनंदन करेंगे, स्वागत करेंगे अपने इन युवा मित्रों का, जिनके दिल में भारत धड़कता है, जिनके दिल में हमारे लोकतंत्र का उत्सव धड़कता है। और इसी लोकतंत्र के उत्सव को मनाने मित्रों आज हम यहाँ पर इकट्ठा हुए हैं तीसरी भारतीय छात्र संसद को लेकर। भारतीय छात्र संसद की ये अनूठी अवधारणा, जिसका जन्म यहाँ मायर्स MIT पुणे के इस संस्थान से निकला, जिसका सुर गूंजा और पूरे देश में फैला। मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए ये बताना चाहूँगी कि पिछले 3 सालों से ये आयोजन यहाँ विवेकानंद मंडप, और हम सब साक्षी बनते हैं इस आयोजन का। मायर्स MIT ग्रुप ऑफ इंस्टीट्यूट्स का एक होनहार कदम, एक ऐसा कदम जिसे दुनिया मानती है, जानती है, और वो है यहाँ का स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट। स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट यानी कि राजनीति की शिक्षा देने वाला एक स्कूल। जब मैंने इस अवधारणा के बारे में सुना, मैंने ऐसा वाकई पहली बार सुना था। क्या उद्देश्य है इस स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट का? भारत के युवा होनहारों को राजनीति की मुख्य धारा से जोड़ना। पॉलिटिक्स इज नॉट डर्टी। पॉलिटिक्स में आइए, आपका स्वागत है। शुचिता की राजनीति के लिए, लोकतंत्र के बढ़ावे और विकास के लिए इस राजनीति को अपनाइए। और इसी का मूल मंत्र, इसी का पाठ स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट में छात्रों को पढ़ाया जाता है। 7 वर्ष हो चुके हैं इस अनूठे पाठ्यक्रम को शुरू हुए। हम अपने सभी मेहमानों से, जो हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि यहाँ आए हुए हैं, उनसे निवेदन करेंगे कि कृपया वो सभी मंच पर पधारें और हम विधिवत रूप से अपने तीसरे भारतीय छात्र संसद को यहाँ विधिवत तौर पर प्रारंभ करें। मंच पर अपने विशिष्ट अतिथियों का स्वागत कर रहे हैं। सबसे पहले मित्रों, हम सब अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएंगे और वंदे मातरम का जय घोष यहाँ से सुनाई पड़ेगा। भारतीय छात्र संसद के हमारे पेट्रन और महाराष्ट्र सरकार के उच्च और तकनीकी शिक्षा मंत्री जी का सानिध्य, राजेश टोपे जी, उनका सानिध्य हमें मिला है और लगातार उनका सहयोग और मार्गदर्शन भारतीय छात्र संसद के साथ रहा है। भारतीय छात्र संसद का ये रथ राजेश टोपे जी आपके सानिध्य में आगे लगातार बढ़ रहा है। इससे पहले कि मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करूं, आइए उनके व्यक्तित्व और कृतित्व पर हम नज़र डाल लें। देखते हैं ये छोटी सी फिल्म।
Rajesh Ankush Rao Tope is the Minister for Higher and Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra, and is the Guardian Minister of Jalna district of Maharashtra. He is himself a graduate of Mechanical Engineering from MIT Pune. He learned the art and craft of politics from his illustrious father, Shri Ankush Rao Tope. The idea of providing practical education came to him after his visits to Australia, Canada, Germany and US. With a strong belief in politics as a tool to serve the society, he is committed to rural education and development. As a welfare gesture for students from backward classes, he took the step of waiving off the 7% fee hike for these students. Shri Rajesh Tope has fully supported the concept of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad right from its first edition and has been its chief patron since its inception. It is a matter of great pride to welcome Shri Rajesh Tope to the third Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
महाराष्ट्र के उच्च और तकनीकी शिक्षा मंत्री राजेश टोपे जी,
dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, I as a chief patron for this event at the outset welcome all the dignitaries on and off the dais. It is indeed a great pleasure to witness the sapling planted by us of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad turning into a big tree. The purpose of the small step taken by us in 2011 was to mobilize youth of this country, that too for a specific purpose and for a noble cause. The mission of this initiative was to make the youth aware of their rights, their duties, as well as their responsibilities. Now when the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is entering in the third year, our hearts are filled with gratitude and pride that we were largely successful in creating a platform for the youth of this country. A platform where they can voice their opinion and share on various issues about which the youth is concerned and wants solution to fulfill their aspirations. In a way, Chhatra Parishad is an initiative where youth will give vent to their feelings on issues concerned to their aspirations. All of them are genuine issues, so naturally the deliberations will bring out possible realistic solutions. The way our initiative on Chhatra Parishad has been received by the youth is exemplary, which is evidenced by the large presence of selected representatives from various campuses and colleges of the country. So friends, we shall give a big round of applause for all the youths representing their colleges. This is our success and this motivates us to present before the youths more and more issues and their respective speakers on these issues. Friends, the issues that have been addressed in the last two Chhatra Sansad and the issues that are going to be discussed in this parliament are genuine issues and needs attention of all stakeholders of our society. Friends, I've been witnessing the two Sansad. So whatever the resolutions has been made over here, that has been taken care by the government of Maharashtra, and also the resolutions is being taken care by the central government as well. Several distinguished personalities from different arenas of life have come here to motivate and inspire our student leaders. I think this is a great thing that can happen on the campus of any educational institution. I congratulate Mr. Rahul Karad, who has brought this innovative concept and has worked consistently for giving shape to it. It is because of his dedication to this great cause that the activity of Chhatra Parishad is expanded to the shape that you see it today. It's a great work indeed. We must remember that only when these youths are inculcated with a sense of commitment to the society and equipped with the desired expertise, they will become an asset to the nation. We cannot afford our population become liability to our nation. It should be converted into most productive human resource of the world who can contribute in each sector of the development. Friends, actually I see the picture on the other side. There are issues that are still unaddressed. The increasing poverty in the rural and urban areas, unemployment, urban and rural divide, digital divide, and health are the major challenges we are facing in today's times. The ranking of the India in Human Development Index of United Nations is a matter of concern. It means there is a large section where the development is yet to reach. So friends, just I want to emphasize that to understand the value of vision of Chhatra Parishad, which can change the country for better, I wish to look a few visions that have changed the face of our country for better. The visions which changed the face of India in the recent past are the Green Revolution by Mr. Dr. S. Swaminathan, the White Revolution by late Dr. Kurian Verghese, 1991 economic reforms initiated by the then Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao and the present Prime Minister and the then Finance Minister Manmohan Singh and Ahluwalia. The Telecom Revolution by Sam Pitruda. The Software Revolution by N. Vittal's initiatives, that is the software technology parks of India. As per Dr. Narayan Murthy of Infosys, all these visions have one thing in common, and that is they were all led by visionary leaders. What can we learn commonly from these revolutions and its visionary leaders? That these visionary accepted global benchmarks and settled for nothing less against any odds. Further, in each of these revolutions, there was a genuine person supported by some extraordinary politicians or bureaucrat. These examples clearly show that how the people and the government can work together to achieve what is the first thought as impossible. So friends, I hope that this is the message we shall derive from this August gathering. It is a message of action, unity and development. If these elements become the guidelines of our action, we will strengthen our democracy in true sense. So friends, I again welcome all the dignitaries on the dais and the students representatives who has come all the way from the different parts of the country over here to attend this parliament. I hope that while going, you will be enriched with a lot of informations, with a lot of solutions for the issues which are in your mind. This is a forum where a solution is provided for the aspirations which the students actually desire. And so, with all my good wishes to the students present over here, I, as a patron, welcome welcome all of you and wish this event a grand success. Thank you one and all.
माननीय पद्माकर वल्लवी जी भी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं मंच पर। मित्रों, उनके प्रोत्साहन और मार्गदर्शन में ये भारतीय छात्र संसद का रथ आज तीसरे साल पर पहुंच गया है और हम सोचते हैं आगे भी ये इसी तरह से दौड़ता रहेगा, भागता रहेगा। मैं उन्हें बुलाऊंगी यहाँ पर आपसे बात करने के लिए, लेकिन उससे पहले उनके व्यक्तित्व और कृतित्व पर पेश है ये छोटी सी फिल्म।
आदरणीय व्यासपीठ, यहाँ पे निमंत्रित अतिथि तथा भारत से आए हुए सभी भारतीय छात्र संसद के छात्रों, आज महाराष्ट्र में जो भारतीय छात्र संसद तीसरा होने जा रहा है, इसके लिए मैं महाराष्ट्र की युवा मंत्री के नाते आप सभी का हार्दिक स्वागत करता हूं। आपसे मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि हमारा देश जो युवाओं से भरा है, पूरे दुनिया में भारत की पहचान युवाओं की ताकत पर यहाँ पे की जा रही है। मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं कि जो भारत का युवा है, हर क्षेत्र में अपनी प्रगति कर रहा है, चाहे वो महाराष्ट्र हो, चाहे दुनिया का कोई भी पार्ट हो। लेकिन इस युवाओं के सामने जो अपील से, जो चैलेंजेस है, उन सभी को हम सबने स्वीकारना चाहिए। इस भारतीय छात्र संसद से मैं कहना चाहता हूं कि ये जो मंच है, जिस मंच पर युवाओं के सभी समस्याओं का और युवाओं के जो कुछ क्षेत्र के बारे में जो चर्चा होती है, इससे युवाओं को बहुत सारी आगे के लिए प्रोत्साहन मिलता है। तो आपसे ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जो भारत से युवा आए हैं, इन 3 दिनों में आप सभी के जो विचारों से यहाँ पे बैठे हुए पूरे युवाओं को अच्छे विचार मिलेंगे, दिशा मिलेंगे। हम भी मिनिस्टर्स युवाओं में से आए हैं, हम भी कार्यकर्ता के नाते से आए। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि जो भी युवा है, उसने अपने जिंदगी में अच्छा काम करने की कोशिश करना चाहिए। हार कभी होती नहीं और युवा तो चैलेंज स्वीकारने वाला युवा होता है। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि जिस तरह से अपने देश की उन्नति हो रही है, इस उन्नति के साथ साथ देश का हर किनारा, हर इलाके में विकास होना चाहिए। भारतीय छात्र संसद से जो आपसे अपेक्षा की जा रही है कि आप जिस क्षेत्र में जाएंगे वहां पे अच्छी लीडरशिप करना जरूरी है और लीडरशिप को यहाँ पे अपॉर्चुनिटी देने के लिए यहाँ पे आपको सबको निमंत्रित किया गया। मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूं कि महाराष्ट्र में भी युवा पॉलिसी बनाई है, देश के कई राज्यों में युवा पॉलिसी है, लेकिन युवा जागरूक होना बहुत जरूरी होता है। और युवा जागरूक नहीं रहेगा अपने हक के बारे में, अपने कर्तव्य के बारे में, तो अपने देश की प्रगति नहीं हो सकती। इसके लिए हर युवा ने अपने दिन को आदर रिस्पेक्ट देना चाहिए और अपने देश की जो संस्कृति है, देश के विचार है, देश के बड़े लोगों ने जो हमको दिशा दिया है, और देश की प्रगति में हर युवाओं का योगदान होना जरूरी है। मैं आपसे यही अपेक्षा करता हूं, जिस तरह हमारे नेता स्वर्गीय राजीव जी गांधी ने हमारे देश के युवाओं के बारे में जो सपना देखा है विज्ञान तंत्रज्ञान के बारे में, उसी तरह से जो युवा आज शिक्षा के बारे में, एजुकेशन के बारे में आगे बढ़ रहा है, इन सभी ने खुद के विकास के साथ साथ देश के विकास में भी योगदान देना जरूरी है। चाहे किसी भी क्षेत्र में हो, हम लोगों ने सोशल माइंड से, सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से काम करेंगे तो देश की तरक्की होगी। इस युवा संसद में आप छात्र लोग जो भी आप यहाँ से विचार लेके जाएंगे, अपने इलाके में अच्छे से काम करेंगे, यह अपेक्षा मैं करता हूँ। और खास करके राहुल जी कराड़ और इनके सभी साथियों जो खास करके ये 3 सालों से ये छात्र संसद जो अरेंज कर रहे हैं, काफी उन्होंने मेहनत की है। इसी तरह से युवाओं ने अपने इलाके में कोई प्रोजेक्ट या कोई खास स्कीम बना के अपने युवाओं के लिए कुछ काम करना चाहिए। और मुझे अपेक्षा है कि भारत का युवा देश में योगदान करेगा और अपने देश का नाम रोशन करेगा। आप सभी को इस छात्र संसद के माध्यम से युवा मंत्री के नाते से आप सभी को मैं शुभकामना देता हूं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र।
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया वल्लवी जी। मित्रों, इंसान में एक आत्मा होती है और उस आत्मा से ही वो आगे बढ़ता है। भारतीय छात्र संसद की आत्मा उसके चीफ कन्वीनर श्री राहुल कराड़ जी हैं, उससे वो आगे बढ़ते हैं। राहुल कराड़ जी, क्या आइडिया है भारतीय छात्र संसद का, इसके बारे में आपको बताएंगे। लेकिन राहुल जी, आपका ध्यान चाहूँगी, एक शेर के साथ मैं आपको यहाँ अपने संबोधन के लिए आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी कि खुशबू बनकर गुलों से उड़ा करते हैं, धुआं बनकर पर्वतों से उड़ा करते हैं, ये कैंचियाँ खाक हमें उड़ने से रोकेंगी, हम परों से नहीं हौसलों से उड़ा करते हैं। इस हौसले को सलाम करते हुए बहुत ही आदर और सम्मान के साथ राहुल कराड़।
भूमिश्च स्वर्गादपि गरीयसी। The respected dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Governor Shri D.Y. Patil ji, Shri Ujjwal Nikam ji, Shri Ramoji Rao ji, Shri Mark Tuli ji, Abhay Firodia ji, Mohammad Ibrahim Ghafoori ji, Rajeshri Birla ji, and our own patrons Shri Rajesh Tope ji, Vishwanath Karad sir, Padmakar Valvi ji, and last but not the least Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar ji, who is the executive chairman for this Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Neelam ji just now introduced me that how we initiated this concept of Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, and little praise about me, but I must make a mention that in the year 2005, when we started the first school in the country to develop the future politicians, MIT School of Government, people laughed on us that how can there be a school which can think of creating politicians in a country like ours with so many minorities, so many religions and so many castes. What way this school can contribute, and we are talking about making change and educated youth must come in politics. That was our motto in the year 2005. Since 2005 till 2011, we were working on the same mission consistently. A one-year full-time residential program in 7 batches have passed out. And I'm very happy, my dear students, that out of these 300 students who have passed out in last 7 years, around 18 people are working in BJP party, around 23 people are working in Congress party, some of them in all other regional parties, NCP, Shiv Sena, BSP, as office bearers of the different, their group. So I'm very glad that even the political parties have also taken this note very seriously, that yes, the training is important. And last 7-8 years, if you see, there is a tremendous change. I can make a mention that it will be little, if I say this, it may sound little loud, but I must make a mention that yes, just 2 years before, the Congress party has also initiated one school by the name of the then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru ji for the training. The BJP party is already running a school which was initiated some 8-10 years before by the name of Rambao Malgi Prabodhini in Bombay. And likewise, all other parties also, they are taking the training part very, very seriously. While working on this mission, we really thought that this school, which hardly 300 people have passed out, what way we can make a difference with such a huge size of country, 120 crore population. So we thought this concept that 30,000 colleges, can we gather all the student council representatives from these colleges at one place? Can we sensitize them? Because if you see little history of India after 65 years of independence, around 60% politicians who are the chief ministers, who are member of parliament, who are cabinet ministers, ये सभी लोग स्टूडेंट राजनीति से, मतलब विद्यार्थी दशा से उठ के आगे आके उन्होंने राजनीति में अपना अपना काम किया है. तो उसी भावना को आगे रखते हुए हमें ऐसे लगा कि अभी तक पूरे देश में इस तरीके का संगठन, ये कोई प्रेशर ग्रुप नहीं है. दिस इज नॉट एनी प्रेशर ग्रुप और एनी काइंड ऑफ पॉलिटिकल आउटफिट, बट दिस इज अ थिंक टैंक वेयर वी वांट टू सेंसिटाइज द यंग बडिंग लीडर्स. आई कैन से at such a young age, at that political virginity, I can say these are all these minds. I must tell you, all the respected guys sitting here on this very important dais, that this campus has around 16,000 students taking education under the aegis of MIT, and only 300 people have registered for this part. And these are all the students who have come. They are from different parts of the country. They have gathered here, who are very, very keen. From the social media, we have around 1,800 registrations we have done from the social media. We must give a big applause to these students who have come from different parts of the country, with a great hope and expectations that this platform will give some kind of direction to our life, and we all are talking about change in the country. And I was shocked when my staff was coming every day. They were saying, sir, somebody is coming from Kerala, somebody is coming from Northeast, somebody is coming from Madhya Pradesh, UP, Rajasthan. We are not providing the accommodation facilities to guide this student community, sir. I must tell you, we have charged a limited number of fees, which is just for the food and some kit, but another total expenditure is paid by them. They are staying on their own in different places. We have made around 5,000 rooms available in the city of Pune. So I really appreciate the commitment of you all, my dear students. Great. I know here we are not invited any film celebrities or some entertaining program as such, but whatever this, how do we really sensitize the youth of the country and draw their attention for public life? We all are hating the politicians and political parties these days. We are continuously feeling that what is happening, we are losing the faith in our democracy. Sometimes I feel we are losing the faith in our system. But I think this particular parliament in 2011, I used to feel in the year 2010 that yes, there are so many challenges, but after this gathering, when we could inculcate and we could gather all these boys and girls at one platform, and I was happy that how come there was a gap, that there is so much of scattered youth power which is hidden in the different parts of the country, and that's how we could achieve that. We created a database, we gathered the data from the different student councils of the country, from all the colleges of the country, from the principals, that who are those student council members, who are वो विद्यार्थी प्रतिनिधि कौन है, उनको हम अगर संगठित करके अगर सेंसिटाइज करें तो एक बहुत अच्छा काम हो सकता है। और उसके माध्यम से मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में ज्यादा से ज्यादा कैबिनेट मंत्री, देश के यंग नौजवान, पंचायत से लेके ऊपर तक आप देखिए कि बाकी सभी सेक्टर्स में युवाओं ने इतना सुंदर योगदान किया है। कॉर्पोरेट जगत में 25 साल का नौजवान 1,000 करोड़ की इंडस्ट्री संभालता है, हमें अचरज नहीं होता। बट राजनीति में जब हम आते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि हमें ऑल सीनियर पीपल की नहीं, जब एमपी, एमएलएशिप, कैबिनेट मंत्री पद जो होते हैं, और कुछ यंग पार्लियामेंट 2000 के इलेक्शन में मैंने जब देखे तो मुझे लगा कि राजनीति में इस तरीके का ये बदलाव जो है, एट द एज ऑफ 25, 28, 29, people are becoming member of parliament and ministers, it is a good sign. But still I think the number is not enough. The country, 65% population of this country is below 35 years of age, and the maturity what they have shown in other fields, the tremendous maturity, the tremendous growth and tremendous work they have shown, and a lot of stalwarts today we have from the sports here, the Unmukh Chand and Shri Gagan Narangji, they are sitting here, the Olympians who are going to felicitate after some time. So with that, I felt that how do we really make this picture little better, so that you can see the history of all the prime ministers and the presidents we have put up, with the due respect to our Indian ethos and culture. The then, except Rajiv Gandhi ji, the then prime minister of India, who became the prime minister at the age of 40, all other senior most people, they are above 70. So I feel in the coming days we want, yes, little change in this, and we want the political parties to really take a note. And in next 3 days, I want to tell you that around 18 political parties are going to participate. This is for the first time it has happened in the country, that so many political parties are coming at one platform. We never thought that, and at the national cause, I said that the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is a platform which is like a breeding ground for the future politicians of India. And we have approached the different political parties in the country, including BJP, Congress, BSP and many others, and they have agreed that we will try to imbibe some of the students in their political setup by giving training in their own institutions who have the liking for their own political party. So we are closing the loop. It is not just a one-day seminar or workshop or event, but it is a mission for this institution and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad Foundation and MIT School of Government. And this third parliament is so crucial for us. I was really keen that what kind of response we will get. In the first parliament, some 4 or 5 political parties supported this. They were quite curious. This platform is inclined to what party and this party. I was trying to convince the government. Media, the way we have empowered the media in our democratic setup, in the same way the government must empower it. And I'm happy that the Rajesh Topeji, the Honorable Minister of Education, he is here. He was supported this endeavor. We must give him a big hand that he really. And after that, Shri Padmakar Valviji, of course, the Youth Minister here, and the central government, the Youth Minister for the Government of India, we convinced them. I said, we are going to invite different ideologies here on this platform. And we must empower this platform here. We are sensitizing the youth. So different ideologies, different thinkers, thought makers, they will come here and sensitize the youth. So and with that, we could convince the government. There are a number of resolutions which are going to we are going to portray in front of you, which we have to think over it and send it to the government. I remember in the first parliament itself, this was the feedback given by Shri Rajesh Topeji, that these resolutions are a very important feedback, Rahul. We have to close this and send it to the government, and I personally will take it as a challenge and convey the government authorities that we have to include. We are, Rajesh Topeji, we are just waiting that in the state of Maharashtra elections, we are waiting, sir. In the whole of India, Lingdo committee, the report, you know it, 40% places the elections are happening, 60% places, the elections are not happening in the country. The Maharashtra is one of the state. And I think the student movement एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण मूवमेंट, जिससे मैंने जैसे थोड़ी देर पहले भी बोला कि इतने सारे राजनेता जो आज नीतीश कुमार जी से लेके पृथ्वीराज चौहान जी से लेके आप सबके नाम लीजिए, अजय माकन जी है, रणदीप सुरजेवाला जी, कितने मतलब कमलनाथ जी हो, जितने भी राजनेता, ये सब स्टूडेंट मूवमेंट से ऊपर आए हुए हैं. तो इसके ऊपर बहुत सीरियस विचार करने की जरूरत है. पिछले 10 previous to भारतीय छात्र संसद स्टूडेंट लीडर्स. थैंक यू सो मच. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
तीसरी भारतीय छात्र संसद के इस मंच को हम सीधा जोड़ रहे हैं दिल्ली से. हम सीधे चल रहे हैं दिल्ली, जहां भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन गडकरी जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं. हम उनका यहां पर स्वागत और अभिनंदन करेंगे. वो हमसे अपने विचार साझा करेंगे यहाँ तीसरी भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच पर. राहुल जी, आप उनके स्वागत में 2 शब्द कहेंगे.
Respected President of Bharatiya Janata Party, Gadkari ji, I am here. I'm sure you can see that the Kumbh Mela of the student leaders of different parts of the country is very much here. You may recollect that the last parliament you were supposed to come, but because of some reason it couldn't happen. But I'm happy that you are representing such important national party and you are heading that party. We all feel that your thoughts about this particular subject, which I have shared number of times, and in our previous conversation, you agreed that you will try to imbibe some students, around 100 students, every year through this process, by giving training in Rambao, Malgi, and eventually those like-minded people who have the liking for BJP, they will get into the BJP party. Thank you so much, sir. I think it is for you now. Thank you.
मंच पर उपस्थित सभी महानुभाव और उपस्थित सभी छात्र, मेरे भाई और बहनों, सबसे पहले मैं भारतीय छात्र संसद को हृदय से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूं और शुभेच्छाएं देता हूं. मैं अक्सर एक बात मानता हूं कि पॉलिटिक्स इज द इंस्ट्रूमेंट ऑफ सोशो इकोनॉमिक रिफॉर्म. हमारे देश का अगर भविष्य हमको बदलना है तो राजनीति ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण क्षेत्र है और इस क्षेत्र में अगर अच्छे लोगों के सभी अच्छे नेता, अच्छे विद्यार्थी अगर सभी पार्टियों में जाएंगे तो राजनीति में गुणात्मक परिवर्तन होगा। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि आज की लोकतांत्रिक पद्धति से सभी राजनीतिक पार्टियों में अगर अच्छे विद्यार्थी अगर आगे आकर काम करेंगे तो देश के पुनर्निर्माण में उनका बहुत बड़ा योगदान रहेगा। जहाँ तक मैं और मेरी पार्टी के बारे में मैं सोचता हूँ, मैं ये मानता हूँ कि राष्ट्रवाद हमारी प्रेरणा है। गुड इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस विद डेवलपमेंट एंड गुड इकोनॉमिक गवर्नेंस विद द हेल्प ऑफ ई गवर्नेंस, ये हमारा मिशन है। और जो सोशियो इकोनॉमिक थिंकिंग है वह अंत्योदय के रूप में द प्रोग्रेस ऑफ द लास्ट मैन ऑफ द सोसाइटी हु इज सोशली, इकोनॉमिकली, एजुकेशनली बैकवर्ड, उसको हम भगवान मानकर उसकी निरंतर सेवा करते रहे। यही अंत्योदय का विचार हमारे लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। नेशनल और इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी भी बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है और उसके साथ सोशल हार्मनी। मैं मानता हूं कि आप जैसे युवाओं ने राजनीति में आना चाहिए। आज जो चर्चाएं कभी फिल्म से, कभी मीडिया से राजनीतिक नेताओं के बारे में होती है, उसके कारण लोगों को राजनीति के बारे में बहुत सी गलतफहमियां भी हैं। मैं कभी कभी इस बात को महसूस करता हूं कि इमेज वर्सेस रियलिटी एंड ग्राउंड रियलिटी वर्सेस परसेप्शन। पर आप जब खुद होकर आओगे और अपने आंखों से देखोगे, सभी पार्टियों को समझोगे, तो मुझे लगता है कि आपको सच्चाई का पता निश्चित रूप से चलेगा। आज हमारा देश धनवान है पर हमारी जनता गरीब है। वी आर ए रिच नेशन विथ ए पुअर पॉपुलेशन। आप जैसे नए युवा जो देश के लिए, समाज के लिए कुछ काम करना चाहते हैं, वो सभी राजनीतिक पार्टी में जाएंगे तो लोकतंत्र भी मजबूत होगा और देश का विकास भी होगा। मैं आपको और एक बात कहूँगा कि राजनीति की परिभाषा को हमको बदलना चाहिए। आज हम राजनीति को केवल पावर पॉलिटिक्स, इसको ही हम राजनीति समझते हैं। मैं मानता हूँ कि राजनीति का सही अर्थ है समाज कारण, राष्ट्र कारण और विकास कारण। अगर हम सब लोग मिलकर समाज में अच्छा कार्य करते हैं तो वो सही राजनीति है। कोई अच्छी स्कूल चलाता है, कोई अच्छा अस्पताल चलाता है, कोई वाटर कंजर्वेशन का प्रोजेक्ट चलाता है, कोई इन्वायरमेंट के क्षेत्र में काम करता है। अलग अलग क्षेत्र में अच्छा काम करना, लोगों में पॉलिटिकल अवेयरनेस पैदा करना, उसके साथ साथ पॉलिटिकल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी निर्माण करना, सोशल कॉन्शियसनेस, सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी एंड सोशल सेंसिटिवनेस, ये स्वाभाविक रूप से उस व्यक्ति और नेता के पास अगर होगा तो वो राजनीतिक सतर्कता के साथ अच्छा कार्य कर सकता है। देखिए, पर्स एंड पर्सन, इसमें पर्सन इम्पॉर्टेंट है। पर्सन एंड पार्टी, यानी पार्टी और विचारधारा पर व्यक्ति, इसमें पार्टी महत्वपूर्ण है। और पार्टी और फिलॉसफी, कन्विक्शन, इसमें फिलॉसफी महत्वपूर्ण है। मैं आपको ये कहूँगा कि राजनीति में केवल आशा आकांक्षा के लिए कोई एमएलए एमपी बनने के लिए मत आइए। केवल मिनिस्टर बनना, एमएलए बनना, एमपी बनना, ये हमारा राजनीतिक मकसद नहीं है। तो हम इस देश के गरीबी के खिलाफ लड़ सकते हैं। इरेडिकेशन ऑफ पॉवर्टी, अगर हम अच्छा काम करेंगे तो गरीबी दूर कर सकते हैं। हम बेरोजगारों को रोजगार दे सकते हैं। हम किसानों की आत्महत्या रोक सकते हैं। हम हिंदुस्तान को दुनिया के नंबर 1 की ताकत बना सकते हैं और हम सब कुछ कर सकते हैं। आप जैसे नए युवा जिनके पास देश के विकास की अगर कोई विजन है और निश्चित रूप से अगर राजनीति में आएंगे तो देश का भविष्य निश्चित रूप से बदल सकता है। और इसलिए राष्ट्र के पुनर्निर्माण के लिए हम काम करने के लिए ऐसा समझ कर आप आइए। देखिए, रिस्पेक्ट शुड नॉट बी डिमांडेड, इट शुड बी कमांडेड। इफ़ यू डिजर्व फॉर इट यू विल गेट इट। हमारे में से कोई पूर्णांक नहीं है, सभी अपूर्णांक है। धीरे धीरे समय के साथ हमारे में जो गलतियां हम करेंगे उसको कम करते जाना और अच्छाई को बढ़ाते जाना, इससे हमारा व्यक्तित्व हम बना सकते हैं। मैं राहुल जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा। मैं एक राजनीतिक पार्टी का अध्यक्ष हूँ। इस साल हमने 2 साल में 30,000 हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का प्रशिक्षण किया। प्रशिक्षण, प्रबोधन, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट ये बहुत ज़रूरी है। कभी कभी मजाक में मुझे एक अच्छा उदाहरण याद आता है कि जो मेरिट में पास हुआ वो IAS ऑफिसर हुआ, जो फर्स्ट क्लास में पास हुआ वो IAS ऑफिसर चीफ इंजीनियर हुआ, और जो 3 बार फेल हुआ वो मिनिस्टर हुआ। तो मिनिस्टर होने के लिए कोई पात्रता नहीं है। पर मैं आपको बताता हूँ कि आप जैसे अच्छे लोग अगर मिनिस्टर भी बनेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से आपको यश मिलेगा। पर एक बात मैं आपको बता देना चाहता हूँ, अच्छा रहना और अच्छे इलेक्टिव मेरिट होना ये बहुत कठिन बात है। जो समाज में अच्छे लोग हैं, जो कुछ कर सकते हैं देश के लिए, गरीबों के लिए, जो राजनीति में अच्छा कार्य कर सकते हैं उनको जनसमर्थन नहीं है, इलेक्टिव मेरिट नहीं है, और जिनको इलेक्टिव मेरिट है वो उतना अच्छा कार्य नहीं कर सकते। तो अगर आपको राजनीति में आना होगा तो राजनीति में भी एक कंपटीशन है, और ह्यूमन रिलेशनशिप इज द बिगेस्ट स्ट्रेंथ ऑफ द पॉलिटिक्स। जैसे हमारे इथिक्स है, इकोनॉमी है, इकोलॉजी एंड इन्वायरमेंट है, इन बातों के बारे में जैसे आप सजग होकर राजनीति में आइए, वैसे ह्यूमन रिलेशनशिप, लोगों को संगठित करने की क्षमता, लोगों पर प्रभाव डालने की क्षमता, व्यक्तित्व, कर्तृत्व और नेतृत्व, इसकी गुणवत्ता का विकास करना, और उसके साथ डाउन टू अर्थ रहकर समाज में छोटे मोटे लोगों को मिलनसार स्वभाव से मिलकर उनके सुख और दुख को समझकर उनके लिए काम करने के लिए मैं काम करो, इस प्रकार की भावना रख के काम करना, निश्चित रूप से इसका फायदा होगा। मैंने अपने राजनीतिक जीवन में पोस्टर चिपका है, साइकिल रिक्शा पर अनाउंसमेंट किया है। मुझे दिल्ली के रोड कभी मालूम नहीं थे, मैं कभी दिल्ली ज़्यादा नहीं आता था, पर मेरे जैसा एक जमीन पर का कार्यकर्ता इतने बड़े डेमोक्रेटिक पार्टी जो प्रिंसिपल अपोजिशन पार्टी है उसका अध्यक्ष बना है। तो मेरा विश्वास है कि अगर ज़मीन पर अच्छा काम करेंगे तो पार्टी में भी हमको निश्चित रूप से रिस्पेक्ट मिलता है। आप लोग बहुत प्रभावी है, आप राजनीति में आना चाहते हैं, लोगों के मीडिया के माध्यम से या दूसरे का गॉगल लगाकर उस एंगल से राजनीति को मत देखिए। बहुत बार ये जो मीडिया में आता है, कभी पिक्चर में आता है, उससे लोगों के मन में आता है कि पॉलिटिक्स बहुत ख़राब है, सब लोग नालायक है, सब गंदे लोग हैं। ऐसा नहीं है। मुझे लक्ष्मण जी का एक कार्टून याद है कि खादी के कपड़े पहनकर एक नेता जोरों से दौड़ रहा था और उसके पीछे लोग दौड़ रहे थे, और वो ये कह रहा था, कॉल मी एनीथिंग बट डोंट कॉल मी लीडर। अब ये जरूर बात होती है, पर हमारी विश्वसनीयता हमारे कार्य और कर्तृत्व के साथ हम खड़े कर सकते हैं। और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि 21वीं सदी की राजनीति में सबसे बड़ी आवश्यकता है क्रेडिबिलिटी, विश्वसनीयता की। और वो विश्वसनीयता आप जैसे नए पीढ़ी के लोग जो ई गवर्नेंस को जानते हैं, जो पॉलिटिक्स फॉर डेवलपमेंट एंड प्रोग्रेस को समझते हैं, वो जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा, सेक्स इससे दूर हटकर सामाजिक और आर्थिक न्याय के साथ कटिबद्धता रखकर समाज के लिए काम करने के लिए आएंगे तो जनता आपको साथ देगी। अपना डेलीगेशन ले जाकर किसी नेता के पास टिकट मांगने के लिए जाने की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है। अगर आप अच्छा कार्य करोगे, जनता आपके पीछे खड़े रहेगी, तो राजनीतिक पार्टी आपके पास आकर आपको टिकट देगी। मैं आपको भारतीय जनता पार्टी का अध्यक्ष होने के नाते जरूर कहूँगा, हमारे विनय जी आने वाले हैं, कि आप में से जो लोग हमारे पार्टी का कार्य करेंगे उनके लिए हम स्वागत करेंगे। पर अगर हमारे पार्टी में आप नहीं आना चाहते, अगर कांग्रेस में जाना है तो कांग्रेस में जाइए, एनसीपी में जाना है तो एनसीपी में जाइए, कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी में जाना है तो उसमें जाइए। आप वैसे टैलेंटेड नए पीढ़ी के युवा जो होशियार है, जो देश और समाज के लिए कुछ करना चाहते, वो सभी राजनीतिक पार्टी में जाएंगे तो देश का कल्याण होगा, लोकतंत्र में गुणात्मक परिवर्तन होगा, राष्ट्र का निर्माण होगा, और हमारा देश पूरी दुनिया की नंबर 1 की ताकत बनेगा। हमारे पास सब कुछ है। वी आर ए रिच नेशन विथ ए पुअर पॉपुलेशन। और इसलिए मैं आपको एक बात कहूँगा कि थोड़ा सा भविष्य का भी विचार करना चाहिए। जो भूतकाल में हम जो अनुभव आते हैं उससे सीखकर वर्तमान काल में उसका चिंतन करके भविष्य की नीति हमने बनानी चाहिए। मैं अक्सर एक बात कहता हूँ कि यू कैन डोनेट आई बट यू कैनॉट डोनेट विजन। मेरे छात्र संसद के सभी भाई और बहनों, आपकी दृष्टि जो है, विकास की दृष्टि जो है, 21वीं सदी की जो दृष्टि है, वो 21st सेंचुरी का पॉलिटिक्स, ये पॉलिटिक्स फॉर प्रोग्रेस एंड डेवलपमेंट है। जात, पंथ, धर्म, भाषा, सेक्स इससे ऊपर उठिए और देश के विकास के लिए काम करने के लिए आप आगे आइए। मेरा विश्वास है कि आप सब लोग देश के लिए अच्छा कार्य करोगे, और जब अच्छा कार्य करोगे तो पॉलिटिकल रिस्पेक्ट, रिकग्निशन आपको नेचुरल कोर्स में मिलेगा। आपको कोई रोक नहीं सकता। नो वन कैन स्टॉप द रेज ऑफ द सन। वैसे आपको कोई रोक नहीं सकेगा। आपका भी विकास होगा, आपका भी नेतृत्व होगा, आपकी भी मान्यता मिलेगी और देश का भी भला होगा। ये राष्ट्रीय भारतीय छात्र संसद के द्वारा हमारे युवाओं में राजनीति के परिप्रेक्ष्य में सही दिशा उनको मिलनी चाहिए। इस दृष्टिकोण से आप जैसे जवान युवा लोगों के लिए जो राहुल जी ने यह कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया है, मैं इससे बहुत उम्मीद रखता हूं। और आप जो लोग इतने बड़े संख्या में बैठे हुए हैं, मैं दूर से दिल्ली से देख रहा हूं कि कल के हिंदुस्तान का कोई फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर, कोई प्राइम मिनिस्टर, कोई एमपी, कोई एमएलए, कोई चीफ मिनिस्टर आप में से ट्रेनिंग लेकर एक अच्छा नेता देश के लिए तैयार होगा। अलग अलग पार्टी में आप जाओगे और इसलिए पॉलिटिक्स को अछूता, उसको दूर खराब है ऐसा समझकर मत छोड़िए। पॉलिटिक्स को आइए, अगर कुछ कमियां होगी तो उसको सुधारिए। ये बहुत आसान होता है कि दूसरे के बारे में क्रिटिसाइज करना, ये गलत है वो खराब है। अगर गलत और खराब है तो आप उसको सुधारते क्यों नहीं? आप आइए, आप काम करिए, माहौल को बदलिए, परिस्थिति को बदलिए, हमारे गरीबों की गरीबी दूर करिए, युवाओं को रोजगार दीजिए, किसानों की आत्महत्या रोकिए। हम अच्छा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलप करेंगे, हम ई गवर्नेंस का उपयोग करेंगे और हम इस देश को दुनिया की नंबर 1 की ताकत बनाएंगे। और इस बात के लिए मैं राजनीति में आना चाहता हूँ, एक मिशन के रूप में, प्रोफेशन के रूप में नहीं। ये समझ कर आप आइए। और छात्र संसद में आपके सामने बड़े अच्छे अच्छे लोग वहाँ आए हैं और नए नए विचार आपको सबको सुनने के लिए मिलेंगे। और मेरा विश्वास है कि आप सब इससे ज़रूर राजनीति में आकर हमारे देश को, लोकतंत्र को और राष्ट्र के निर्माण के इस कार्य को आप जरूर आगे आकर कार्य करिए। यही मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करता हूँ। फिर से एक बार आपको नए साल के लिए बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ नितिन गडकरी जी ने वक्त निकाला हमारे साथ, दिल्ली से शामिल हुए। भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से हम उनका आभार प्रकट करते हैं और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं। और अब हम यहाँ मंच पर मौजूद हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथियों का सम्मान करेंगे। मैं निवेदन करूंगी माननीय राजेश टोपे जी से और माननीय पद्माकर वल्लवी जी से कि वो हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथियों का सम्मान करें। त्रिपुरा के गवर्नर माननीय डॉक्टर TY पाटिल जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। डॉक्टर TY पाटिल का यहाँ भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट और युवाओं के जोश के साथ उनका स्वागत और सत्कार। हमारे साथ जाने माने वकील उज्जवल निकम जी, बहुत बड़े क्रिमिनल लॉयर और पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर उज्जवल निकम जी का यहाँ स्वागत, अभिनंदन। जाने माने निर्माता रामोजी ग्रुप के अध्यक्ष श्री रामोजी राव, भारतीय छात्र संसद उन्हें सलाम करती है, प्रणाम करती है। पत्रकारिता की दुनिया का एक बहुत बड़ा नाम, जो कि विदेशी हैं पर बहुत अपने हैं। BBC के पूर्व संवाददाता, जाने माने पत्रकार मार्क टली जी, भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से हम उनका हार्दिक अभिनंदन सम्मान करते हैं। तालियों के गड़गड़ाहट के साथ मार्क टली जी का सम्मान यहाँ भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से। फोर्स मोटर्स के चेयरमैन डॉक्टर अभय फिरोदिया साहब यहाँ भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच पर हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि, हम उनका अभिनंदन करते हैं। तालियों की कमी भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच पर हो नहीं सकती। शुक्रिया। सार्क देशों के सेक्रेटेरिएट के निदेशक श्री मोहम्मद इब्राहिम गफूरी जी आज भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच पर हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि, हम उनका भी तहे दिल से हार्दिक अभिनंदन, स्वागत और सम्मान करते हैं।
भारत अपनी आँख का तारा, तन मन धन से भी है प्यारा।
आदित्य बिरला फाउंडेशन की चेयरपर्सन श्रीमती राजश्री बिरला जी हमारे बीच, हमारी विशिष्ट मेहमान, हम उनका हार्दिक स्वागत अभिनंदन करते हैं। देश के हमारे जाने माने वैज्ञानिक डॉक्टर R.A. माशेलकर जी, बहुत बहुत स्वागत और सत्कार और अभिनंदन डॉक्टर माशेलकर। और देश के सुप्रसिद्ध शिक्षाविद, संस्थापक, मायर्स MIT, यूनेस्को चेयर होल्डर, जिनके आशीर्वाद से छात्र संसद का सफर प्रारंभ हुआ, डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी। और अब मैं निवेदन करूंगी भारतीय छात्र संसद के प्रणेता और हमारे चीफ कन्वीनर राहुल कराड़ जी से कि अब वो स्वागत और सम्मान करें हमारे हायर एंड टेक्निकल एजुकेशन मंत्री महाराष्ट्र के माननीय राजेश टोपे जी। अब हम सम्मान करेंगे माननीय पद्माकर वल्लवी जी, खेल और युवा मामलों के महाराष्ट्र सरकार के मंत्री। बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, स्वागत, सम्मान। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट की कमी यहाँ होती नहीं है, शुक्रिया। और अब सकाल मीडिया ग्रुप के MD और चेयरमैन एडवाइजरी काउंसिल 3rd भारतीय छात्र संसद श्री अभिजीत पवार जी, उनका भी यहाँ बहुत बहुत स्वागत, अभिनंदन हमारे मंच पर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आप सभी विशिष्ट मेहमानों का आभार। तो मित्रों, भारतीय छात्र संसद का ये सफ़र आज 3 साल पूरे कर रहा है। देश के युवाओं को मोबिलाइज कर रहा है, उनको राजनीति में आने की प्रेरणा दे रहा है, विचारों को साझा कर रहा है। जो भी हमारे नेता हैं, हमारे विचारक हैं, हमारे शिक्षाविद हैं, खेल से जुड़े हुए हमारे खिलाड़ी हैं, उन सब के विचारों से आपको अवगत करा रहा है। तो भारतीय छात्र संसद ने जो मोहर लगाई है, युवाओं को आगे ले जाने का जो बीड़ा उठाया है मित्रों, भारतीय छात्र संसद पर आइए हम देख लें ये छोटी सी महत्वपूर्ण फिल्म।
I have no words to express, rather. Last 3 days, this is 3rd day of our Indian Student Parliament. The kind of response you all have given for this parliament, and we have made it again the 2nd parliament, very successful parliament. So let us give a big hand to all the student leaders.
अब कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे। आओ अब कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे। तब जाकर कुछ बात बनेगी, जनहित की शुरुआत बनेगी। भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद।
भारतीय छात्र संसद एक ऐसा मंच जहां से भारत भर से आए छात्र नेता अपनी आवाज देश के कोने कोने तक पहुंचा सकते हैं। इसी दिशा में पहला कदम उठाया गया मायर्स MIT स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट अर्थात मिडसॉक की ओर से। युवाओं को राजनैतिक नेतृत्व की शिक्षा प्रदान करने वाली इस संस्था ने सन 2011 में पहले भारतीय छात्र संसद का आयोजन किया। स्वतंत्र भारत में पहली बार केवल छात्रों के लिए की गई इस पहल से 7,000 से भी अधिक छात्र नेताओं ने देश के अत्यंत महनीय व्यक्तियों से मार्गदर्शन पाया। इसी परंपरा को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मिडसॉक ने द्वितीय भारतीय छात्र संसद का आयोजन किया। 10 से 12 जनवरी 2012 के दरमियान आमंत्रित की गई इस संसद में 8000 से भी अधिक छात्र नेताओं ने हिस्सा लिया। 9 अभ्यासपूर्ण सत्रों में वितरित किए गए इस द्वितीय भारतीय छात्र संसद के आयोजन में केंद्र सरकार के खेल व युवा मंत्रालय तथा महाराष्ट्र शासन के उच्च एवं तंत्र शिक्षा मंत्रालय व खेल व युवा मंत्रालय का भी महत्वपूर्ण सहयोग प्राप्त हुआ। आज भारत की आबादी में से 65% लोग 35 वर्ष से कम आयु के हैं। इन्हीं युवा कंधों के बल हम देख रहे हैं सपना एक सर्वशक्तिशाली राष्ट्र का। इसी विशाल ऊर्जा स्रोत को एकत्रित रूप से प्रवाहित करके हम करेंगे पुनर्निर्माण एक सामर्थ्यशाली लोकतांत्रिक भारत का।
Dr. D.Y. Patil is a well-known educationist, agriculturist, and a philanthropist who hails from Kolhapur in of Maharashtra, has always dreamt of spreading education and healthcare to the masses of India. Presently, he is the Honorable Governor of the state of Tripura. He is the founder president of D.Y. Patil Educational Academy, Ram Rao Adhik Education Society, and Dr. D.Y. Patil Pratishtha. He is further associated with a large number of educational, social, and cultural activities. He is of the opinion that the education pattern to train the students to face the challenges and ever-changing job requirements on account of globalization without forgetting ethos of rich Indian culture is bound to transform the society and thereby make India a strong, self-supporting and a leading nation. It's an honor to welcome the visionary educationist Dr. D.Y. Patil to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
I really a matter of a great pleasure and honor to be here in the midst of such a galaxy of schools. I thank all formation for inviting me and giving the opportunity to address such a luminous gathering at this 3rd Indian Student Parliament. To begin, it might be appropriate to add few words about the Mayer MIT School of Government, MIT. This is a noble concept as an extension of its focused academic endeavor. The institute has already earned renowned position in the field of imparting education in the sphere of engineering, medical, marine engineering, design engineering, IT, business, management, and journalism, among others. Organizing 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is one of the illustrious and significant paths of unification of an interaction with the various experts on different trades. 3rd Indian Student Parliament is an annual event whose objectives are creating a common platform for young student leaders, facilities, interaction between leaders of the various student sectors. Focusing on the areas needing immediate attention, followed by action, including the democratic outlook and initiating a process to attain equality. It is the first platform of its kind where eminent people from all walks of life come together to interact with the student leaders of various students' unions and student councils. I hope the excellent infrastructure at this MIT and the teaching setup provides a professional learning and environment and caters the needs of both rural and urban people. I hope the organizers and the management of the institute are wise enough to see every possibility facility is made available to the students and all the participants in this 3rd Indian Student Parliament for its effective learning, which in turn will help the common people in wider spheres. Brothers and sisters, on this occasion, I don't want to establish my relation with you as a speaker and a listener. I have come to this institution several times, and I met Mr. Karad in 1983 or 82. Since that moment, we have become friends, and friends just like a brother. And he has invited me. This is my two visits in this last 1 month. So I believe in one principle, that ego is the death of life and death of ego is real life, which one person inherits, then the path is very good. And what is destiny? What is the destiny of the institution? And sow good thoughts, reap good actions. Sow good actions, reap good habits. And sow good habits, reap good character. And sow good character, reap good destiny. If you follow this path, then you can change the destiny. And I'm sure that whatever has become in this world and in the country, whole world is a shadow of invisible. And whatever I did, whatever we do, is a drop of the ocean. So I believe that it is just a part of life, what we did it, because history may conceal certain things, but geography cannot. If the historian comes and writes about anybody, he can write good things and bad things about the person, but the record in geography will be forever. And whatever the MIT has created in name in this country, and it is the best university, it is the best institution in India. And so I'm very happy that you all over the country, all boys have participated in this, and definitely will enjoy for another 3 days. This gathering in Sansad. And I like this name. It is named after some parliament, students' parliament. So hats off to Karad, Vishwanath Karad, that a person who is creative rarely becomes popular. He has to establish his own values, and by the time he establishes his values, he is gone. That has happened with almost all great people in this country and the world. But there are few exceptions, like Mahatma Gandhi, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, their Mother Teresa, their services were recognized and while they were living. I hope this is the Dhaneshwar. I am a devotee of Dhaneshwar. So Vishwanath Karad is also a devotee of Dhaneshwar. And I pray to the Dhaneshwar that his name should be recorded in the history and geography of this Sansad and the MIT. I wish you best of luck, all of you. And God is omnipresent. जो अपने हृदय में जो भगवान है, उसको मैं अभिवादन करके मेरा भाषण पूरा करता हूँ. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र, जय त्रिपुरा.
समय से हमारे लिए वक्त निकाला और हमारे छात्र नेताओं को अपना संबोधन दिया. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद डॉक्टर पाटिल. और अब हम एक छात्र नेता को यहाँ पर आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं मंच पर, जिन्होंने दूसरी भारतीय छात्र संसद में हिस्सा लिया था और पुणे के ही आप छात्र हैं. प्रवीण निकम को हम आमंत्रित कर रहे हैं जोरदार तालियों के साथ. प्रवीण निकम जो कि भारतीय छात्र संसद पुणे के डिस्ट्रिक्ट प्रेसिडेंट भी हैं भारतीय छात्र संसद के. स्वागत है प्रवीण.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and all the respected student leaders, I welcome you all in the name of democracy and freedom. India being considered as a country of snake charmers to an IT hub, the image of India had a makeover in the recent years. But then what made this change possible? The answer was belongingness. Inner strength and awareness needs to be awakened, only the change can be made. And then I heard a mission statement which said, inspiring youth and strengthening democracy. When I went ahead, I came to know it was the mission statement of the Indian Students' Parliament. I participated in the second Indian Students' Parliament, and then I realized that here, this is not just a conference or not just an event, but it's a mission where we are not just discussing the problem, but we are working towards the solutions. And what solutions are we trying to ask? Solutions where all the respected student leaders across India come together, they vote on various resolutions, and these resolutions are forwarded towards the government and the United Nations. And yes, then we can ask for constructive change. Later, Indian Students Parliament came with the election process. I participated in the election process. I fought for the Pune president. All the student leaders across India voted for it. I got elected as the president for the Pune district. After being elected, I had submitted a project ideas that if I get elected, what we'll be working for. And then we worked for enormous issues. We always talk about education, but education gets limited to a certain class. We went out in the slums, working for the students who are living in slums, also dealing with health issues, whether it's AIDS or cancer. Then we also thought that we always talk about public transport, but then we only preach, we don't act. We had an enormous campaign in Pune regarding public transport, and these were the issues where we dealt. I'm extremely thankful to Vishwanath Karad sir and Rahul Karad sir for such an excellent initiative, because there is a need to channelize the energy of the youth. And how can this energy can be channelized? The answer was Indian Students Parliament. Thanks to Rahul Karad sir and Vishwanath Karad sir. Because friends, this is a forum where we all can voice our views. And it's surely a forum where all the social and politically active students can come together, discuss on various issues. And then we can think that the India that we are asking for, the developed India, then we can talk about it. At last, I would just like to say one thing. Friends, change just can't be made by just discussing it. We all can make a difference. We all can make a change. It's excellent that you all participated in the Indian Students Parliament with a view to participate and contribute in the nation-building process. Once again, thank you all for participating in the Indian Students Parliament. Let's work towards a nation, a strong nation, India. जय हिंद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया प्रवीण। जाहिर है हम सब बदलाव ला सकते हैं अगर हम उसके लिए ठान लें तो। भारतीय छात्र संसद के इस मंच से नए विचारों का आदान प्रदान होता है मित्रों, नई प्रेरणाओं का आदान प्रदान होता है। और इसी के चलते आप देख रहे हैं ये दो घंटनाद जिनको हम करने वाले हैं यहाँ भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से, जो कि आह्वान करेंगे लोकतंत्र का, एक ऐसे लोकतंत्र का जहां शुचिता की राजनीति की जाती है। मैं अपने विशिष्ट अतिथियों से निवेदन करूंगी कि आप सभी यहां पधारें और आज घंटनाद करें भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के बीच। की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ और अपने स्वरों के साथ, इस घंटनाद के साथ अपने सुर मिलाइए और आह्वान करिए भारतीय राजनीति में ऐसे युवाओं की भागीदारी बने जो इस देश को आगे ले जाएंगे।
आओ अब कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे।
भारतीय छात्र संसद,
आओ अब कुछ बात करेंगे, मिलजुल कर अब काम करेंगे, तब जाकर कुछ बात बनेगी, जनहित की शुरुआत बनेगी। भारतीय छात्र संसद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे मित्रों का। मित्रों कहते हैं कि जब टूटने लगे हौसले तो बस ये याद रखना, जब टूटने लगे हौसले तो बस ये याद रखना, बिना मेहनत के हासिल तक तो ताज नहीं होते, बिना मेहनत के हासिल तक तो ताज नहीं होते। ढूंढ लेना अंधेरों में मंजिल अपनी, ढूंढ लेना अंधेरों में मंजिल अपनी, जुगनू कभी रोशनी के मोहताज नहीं होते। मित्रों, भारतीय छात्र संसद को अपने आशीर्वाद, अपनी प्रेरणा, अपने शुभ संदेश देश के विभिन्न भागों के मुख्यमंत्रियों ने, गवर्नर्स ने, दुनिया भर से आए हैं और हमारे पास भारत के राष्ट्रपति माननीय प्रणब मुखर्जी जी का संदेश भी पहुंचा है। मैं गुजारिश करूंगी देवेंद्र पाय, जो कि स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट के छात्र रह चुके हैं, उनसे निवेदन करूंगी कि वो आएं और राष्ट्रपति जी का संदेश भारतीय छात्र संसद के नाम हम सबको पढ़कर सुनाएं। देवेंद्र पाई।
I'm happy to learn that MIT School of Government and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad Foundation Pune, in association with the Ministry of Higher and Technical Education and the Ministry of Sports and Youth Affairs Maharashtra, is organizing the 3rd Indian Students' Parliament, that is, the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, during 10, 11, 12 January 2013 at Pune. I am glad to know that the MIT School of Government Pune has been organizing the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad since the last 2 years, which is aimed at strengthening the roots of the nation's democracy and encouraging youth to actively participate in democratic politics. Young people are the leaders of tomorrow and partners of today. They must be encouraged to play a positive role in the building of our nation. I convey my congratulations to the MIT School of Government and the Ministry of Higher and Technical Education Maharashtra for coming up with such an innovative platform and wish the Sansad every success.
भारत के राष्ट्रपति प्रणब मुखर्जी जी का संदेश भारतीय छात्र संसद के नाम आपने सुना। आपने सुना होगा एक ऐसा नाम जो कि भारतवर्ष का तो नहीं है, पर भारतवर्ष का जाना पहचाना है, दुनिया का जाना पहचाना है। ऑंग सान सू ची, दुनिया भर में लोकतंत्र की प्रवर्तक, जिन्होंने बर्मा में लोकतंत्र की अलख को जगाया है। आंग सान सू ची ने भी अपना एक वीडियो मैसेज हम तक पहुंचाया है, लेकिन उससे पहले आइए उनके व्यक्तित्व और कृतित्व पर देख लें ये छोटी सी फिल्म।
Aung San Suu Kyi, an outstanding example of the power of the powerless. Aung San Suu Kyi has spent most of the last 2 decades in some form of detention because of her efforts to bring democracy to military-ruled Burma. She is the daughter of the country's independence hero, General Aung San. Ms. Suu Kyi is a committed proponent of democracy and has faced long incarceration due to her very rigid and dogged stand against the military junta. A Nobel laureate in 1991, she is one of the most recognized symbols of peaceful resistance, inspired by the non-violent campaigns of US civil rights leader Martin Luther King and India's Mahatma Gandhi. Thanks to her ceaseless efforts, Myanmar is now inching towards a rule by the people. It is indeed an honor to welcome the world's most recognized symbols of democracy today, Ms. Aung San Suu Kyi, to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
मित्रों, भारत में लोकतंत्र है और हम चाहते हैं उसकी मजबूती आप बने। यही लक्ष्य है हमारी इस भारतीय छात्र संसद का। और आंग सान सू ची से कोई बड़ा नाम हो नहीं सकता, जिन्होंने लोकतंत्र के लिए एक लंबी लड़ाई छेड़ी है, भारतीय छात्र संसद को अपना संदेश भेजा है। आइए ये वीडियो मैसेज देखते हैं।
Parliament is about discussion and debate. Discussion and debate that conflicts might be resolved without violence. Of course, some violence seems to have taken place in some parliaments, but one hopes that these are aberrations rather than the norm. Conflict can arise from similarity as well as from differences. For example, there's a Burmese proverb which means those who have the same ideas are enemies. That is to say, conflict arises out of rivalry. Rivalry for what are seen as limited resources, whether they be material or mental or emotional. This competition for resources leads to conflict because there is a perception that there isn't enough in this world for everybody. That is what we have to start trying to change. That is what you, the young people, must start trying to change. The perception that there is not enough to go around for everybody. Sharing and understanding that by sharing you can make the resources grow rather than diminish is one way of resolving conflicts in the future. Without tolerance, we cannot resolve conflict peacefully. And peace comes from within. Peace and security are intimately connected. Unless one is secure, one cannot seek peace. One does not understand the meaning of peace unless there's an inner security. So what we have to try to do is to build up a world where all of us can feel secure. Of course, practically speaking, all of us cannot feel secure, but young people must have the courage, the daring to dream what seems the impossible dream, and to aim for what is highest and what may seem totally idealistic. There is nothing soft about idealism. Genuine idealism, which is based on a determination to achieve these ideals, is tough. In my day, we used simpler words: generosity, charity, tolerance, affection, love, all these words which seem very old-fashioned now. But I do not think that these words, the meaning of these words, could ever go out of fashion. Not for me, not for you, not for future generations. So it is up to you to nurture what is best in human nature. If we think only of material progress, we will forget the values that are more spiritual in nature. Spiritual, I use in a very broad sense, not in the narrow sense of religious beliefs, but of the belief that we human beings can rise above our physical bonds to reach out towards ideals and thoughts that seem beyond our very, very mortal frame. Please use this opportunity for discussion and debate to find out how you can make enduring values last and how you can find new values that will give hope to all of us who are living in a world that brings out new challenges from day to day.
तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ हम शुक्रिया अदा करेंगे इस मंच से आंग सान सूची, नोबेल लॉरिएट और बर्मा की लोकतंत्र की प्रखर नेता। और अब भारतीय छात्र संसद के इस मंच से एक और जवां दिलों की धड़कन, एक यंग हीरो, जी हां, क्रिकेट के हीरो उन्मुख चंद, अंडर 19 के कैप्टन हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं। आज हम उनका सम्मान करेंगे यहाँ भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से। मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करूंगी, उन्मुक्त चंद्र की तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ स्वागत करेंगे। और उन्मुक्त चंद्र हमारे साथ यहाँ मौजूद है, लेकिन इससे पहले हम एक छोटी सी फिल्म उन्मुक्त चंद पर आप सबको दिखाना चाहते हैं। युवा दिलों की भारतीय क्रिकेट की धड़कन हमारे साथ हैं। हम एक छोटी सी फिल्म देख लेते हैं।
Unmukt Chand, an aggressive right-handed batsman and inspirational leader. Unmukt Chand is the young player who captained the India under-19 team and led it to victory in the 2012 World Cup, upsetting the hosts Australia with a calm, unbeaten 111 in a tense chase. Unmukt Chand is an interesting personality of the field who maintains a diary regularly and reads dictionaries in his spare time. He was a junior-most player in IPL 4 and the latest member of the Delhi team. He was awarded Castrol Junior Cricketer of the Year for 2011. It's a great pleasure to welcome the 19-year-old cricket champ Unmukt Chand to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, organizers of the Indian Student Parliament, and all the young leaders and my dear friends, it's indeed a great pleasure for me to be here amongst all the reputed people and share some time with all of them. Thank you for this felicitation. It really means a lot. And Right now, I would like to remember all the members of my team who helped me contribute towards winning this World Cup and getting it back home. I'm here not only to take this award, but also to interact and share some time with all these people. Last year, I was not able to go to college enough because of my cricketing engagements, but I would definitely love to spend time with books and in gatherings like this. It's really enlightening for me to be here and share some time with all the young leaders of this country, the future leaders for this country. I think when it comes to sports, sports is sports has no boundaries. It teaches you a lot in life. It has taught me a lot, and probably it will teach me in future as well. You win, you lose, but you keep working hard, and that's how it is. When the nation wins, everyone is proud of you. Everyone rejoices, and it really gives you a special feeling. And as a sportsman, playing for the country and winning laurels for the country, it's a great feeling, and I'm really happy about it. Also, as this is a place where I think in the next 2 days, probably many of the great speakers will come and share their knowledge with you guys. I also wanted to say that I think it's really important that we keep growing from within ourselves, rather than just beating the bush. It's really important that we improve ourselves, we grow from within, and look at life from larger perspectives. And in short, I would like to say that the need of the hour is for a strong moralistic self-governance and code of conduct to avoid moral atrophy and unbridled greed. And if we can do that, then probably our nation is definitely gonna go ahead in future, and we are gonna be the biggest democracy in the world. Thank you so much.
In my speech, I covered a little bit, but when I was traveling various places in the country, I thought that, many times from different fields, the people feel that from the medical field or film fraternity or science and technology, देश चलाने का काम खाली राजनेताओं का और ब्यूरोक्रेट्स का, अधिकारियों का है. तो मुझे बुरा लगता है कि मतलब हम बाकी के फील्ड के लोग, मतलब कई सारी ऐसी फील्ड्स है कि जिसमें हम एक्टिव सिटीजन तो बन सकते हैं, सब लोग राजनीति में ना आए. तो उस भूमिका से हमने सोचा कि उन्मुख चंद, ही इज अ यंग यूथ आइकॉन, एंड ऑफ कोर्स गगन नारंग जी इज आल्सो हियर, ही इज आल्सो गोइंग टू बी हियर. सो राजनीति में आना है और पब्लिक लाइफ में आना है, इसके लिए ये मंच है. तो आई एम सो ग्लैड दैट टुडे यू कुड मेक इट एंड यू आर मेकिंग अस फील प्राउड. Thank you so much, and I think, I hope that in the future, this platform we can make it more stronger with the help of you, youth leaders. Thank you, thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, और हम उम्मीद करते हैं, शुभकामनाएं हैं हमारी उन्मुख चंद के साथ कि आने वाले समय में भारतीय क्रिकेट को बुलंदियों पर पहुंचाएंगे. उन्मुक्त चंद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. और अब भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच पर हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि, जाने माने क्रिमिनल लॉयर, पब्लिक प्रोसिक्यूटर उज्ज्वल निकम जी देख रहे हैं कि उनकी कितनी लोकप्रियता है. शायद ही किसी वकील की इतनी लोकप्रियता होगी. और उज्ज्वल जी, मैं जानती हूं कि टेलीविजन में जो लोग काम करते हैं, मेरे जैसे लोग, उनके लिए उज्ज्वल निकम जी की बाइट का क्या महत्व होता है. टू द पॉइंट, बिल्कुल सटीक बात. उज्ज्वल निकम जी हमारे बीच मौजूद हैं. हम सबसे पहले उनके व्यक्तित्व और कृतित्व पर यह छोटी सी फिल्म पेश कर रहे हैं.
He is known for his perseverance, eye for detail, and contempt for wrongdoers. An astute lawyer, a dogged prosecutor, and a man who truly fights for justice. He is none other than Ujjwal Nikam. Ujjwal Nikam first shot into prominence when he was appointed as the public prosecutor for the 1993 Mumbai bomb blasts case. Later, he represented the Maharashtra government in many high-profile cases like the Gulshan Kumar murder case, Pramod Mahajan shooting trial, and, of course, the infamous terrorist attack on Mumbai on 26/11. It was the perseverance of Ujjwal Nikam that saw the case to fruition, and the guilty terrorist Ajmal Kasab was given the death sentence. In his 3 decades of legal career, he is the only lawyer given the opportunity to represent India at the International Convention on Terrorism held at the United Nations. It is an honor to welcome this legal luminary, Mr. Ujjwal Nikam, to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
All the respected dignitaries on the dais and of the dais, and dear friends. At the outset, I would like to make one slight correction. While comparing, a very young and beautiful woman has said, a noted criminal lawyer. I am not a criminal lawyer. I am practicing as a prosecutor against the criminals. And indeed, it's my privilege to address this august gathering on the eve of the inaugural ceremony of 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. I had no hesitation to say that this is a new concept that has been developed and rooted in the minds across our country by the social engineers, Mr. Rahul and Mr. Mangesh Karat, with the blessings of their father, Vishwanathji Karat, and the master brains behind this, the great scientist, Dr. Raghunathji Mashalkar, and their colleagues, and I must express my sincere thanks to you all of. No doubt, today's topic, criminalization of youth, is a very burning topic. It has a different ramification, different dimensions, different colors, but the time slot for me given only 10 minutes. But nevertheless, I shall try to cover all the aspects of this burning topic. It is said that politics without principles, business without ethics, and education without aim is like a country without its youth. The existence and growth of a nation is directly proportional to the quality of its youth population. If youth are vibrant, optimistic, and audacious with a grit of perseverance, then such country is bound to gallop on the roads of progress. Indeed, India is going to be a very powerful country very soon in few decades, because it would have a large strength of youth population. However, we must keep in mind that the mere presence of youth population is not going to accelerate the growth of a nation. On the contrary, if youth are drawn into unlawful and illegal activities, then it is only going to push our country in a retrograding position. Hence, it is very essential for us that we must comprehend the reasons as to why youth are indulging in the illegal activities, nefarious activities, and identify the ways to avert such calamities. I am of the candid opinion that there are 3 P which are primarily responsible for the criminalization of youth. The first P stands for poverty, second P stands for paucity of proper education, and third P stands for population explosion. Due to poverty and poor condition in life, youth is attracted to the easy mode of earning, which inherently breeds on illegal activities. One unlawful activity takes you to another illegal activity, and ultimately it results in getting into the vicious circle of the crime world. I may say another reason is the lack of proper education. There are several cases which I came across wherein the educated and uneducated young youths were profiled into the crime world on the basis of misguided religious teaching. Many times, youth are failed to identify, to differentiate between good and bad. We must know with knowledge comes with wisdom, and that enable us, that empower us to decide what is right and what is wrong. Knowledge tells us that tomato is a fruit and not vegetable. But wisdom teaches us that it is not to be included in a fruit salad. And hence, our youth is to sensitize to the realities of life. Dear friends, population explosion is another reason. As the population increases, no doubt, the overall burden on the infrastructure increases, general amenities, employment avenues also escalates, which in turn leads to frustration. This frustration ultimately causes youth to adopt the illegal means to achieve their objectives. It is therefore onerous duty of the government to create employment avenues, opportunities for the youth of our nation. And I am confident and sure that once they start working, definitely they tend to get more responsible and social. I have conducted a number of criminal cases against the terrorists, gangsters, dacoits, and organized criminals. In some cases, I found that young boys commit crime only by way of thrill or excitement. This is something which really makes me totally dumb. Why? What kind of excitement or thrill should be there? This is something which we must think very seriously. Is it not a perversity? And very unfortunately, every time we get an affluence or money in one pan of scale, and in the other pan we keep pleasure, as if they are only related to money. Dear friends, I would like to emphasize that the pleasure is something, it is something different than from the happiness. If you wish to become happy, then you must have a peaceful mind. You can have it, but it is only when you are maintaining restraint in your life. The Indian culture teaches us the term restraint. In Hindu marriages, the priests call upon the bride and the bridegroom to utter the word, Nati Charami, Nati Charami, Nati Charami. It is a Sanskrit word, and the very Sanskrit word Nati Charami, it emphasizes that I will not exceed my limits. Excess is always bad. Restraint is always good. This is something that which we must learn. crime can be reduced by following by the principles of morality and minimum restraint in our day-to-day life. Some people say that our laws are inadequate to tackle with the criminals. I don't agree, because when in the 26th November 2008, I was conducting a case against a foreign terrorist, Ajmal Amir Kasab, we have conducted that case on our present existing law. And in conducting that trial, Ajmal Kasab has played different games, different tricks in order to save his own skin. But ultimately, we have pointed out to the whole world, our country, our India, is a democratic country wherein we give all the opportunity to the accused to defend himself. Our country is not a banana country wherein we can hang any person without holding any judicial scrutiny or inquiry. Glorification of a criminal is also a factor which attracts youth. I am aware the great media person, Mr. Mark, is present on the dais. There are several movies, Bollywood and Hollywood, wherein notorious criminals were glorified one way or the other. And young minds have fallen victims to such adornment. Dear friends, besides the organized criminals, I have conducted a number of cases in the Maharashtra of the unilateral love affair. उसे हम कहते हैं कि एक तरफी प्रेम. And it is my experience, when I accept any brief on behalf of the government, I am not a government employee, but I work at the request of the government or at the request of the senior police corps to defend the government and to act against the criminal. But after having the studying, the various criminal cases so far as the unilateral love affair is concerned, I must tell my friends that we are watching the movies or we are watching the serials in the TV just only for entertainment and not to take in our personal life. See, normally in unilateral love affairs, I have seen a boy loves the girl, and the moment the girl refuses his love, then he becomes angry and ultimately he commits murder. In the olden days, there were the love affair cases, but if boy refuses or girl refuses the love, then that boy used to say, "Priye, तव मुख चंद्रास मी पूर्ण चंद्राची उपमा दिली, माझ्या प्रेमाचा तू अर्धचंद्र का केलास." However, now in Hindi Bollywood movies, you must have seen the Hindi movie Dar, wherein the Hindi actor Shah Rukh Khan has said, "Tu haan kar, na kar, tu to hai meri kiran." So, perhaps my young boys are being prompted by seeing this movie and they would like to walk on the same path. But this, I must tell you, my young friends, that this is a dangerous path, ultimately, that leads to a criminal life. Dear friends, every crime committed is not against the individual, but mind well, it is committed against the entire society as such. And therefore, it is very essential our young minds are instilled with the idea of one nation, one man, and one faith. This idea of togetherness would deter us from committing any wrongdoing. We need to have a proper juvenile justice system in order to deal with the young offenders. It is very essential that such young offenders are made to realize the gravity of their wrongdoings, but at the same time, care should also be taken that they are not switched off to the ethos of the society with no inclination towards resurrecting themselves. To prevent youth from turning towards the crime, the sensitization should begin at a school level, at a college level. And in this perspective, I sincerely believe that the Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is an appropriate forum where youth could be sensitized on several issues. I wish more such Chhatra Sansad Parishad should take place all over India to spread awareness among the youth of our country. Before I may take my seat, I would like to tell you, my friends, कभी भी ख्याल में रखना, ना रुपए की खान चाहिए, ना झूठा सम्मान चाहिए. याद करे मुझे हर कोई, यह मेरी पहचान चाहिए. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया उज्जवल निकम जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच पर केंद्रीय मंत्री खेल और युवा मामलों के श्री जितेंद्र सिंह जी को भी आना था, लेकिन मित्रों तबीयत खराब होने की वजह से वो हमारे बीच आज उपस्थित नहीं हो पाए हैं. और उन्होंने आपके लिए ये संदेश भेजा है कि अगर उनकी तबीयत अगले 2 दिनों में अच्छी हो जाती है तो वो ज़रूर आपके बीच आएंगे, आपसे मुखातिब भी होंगे. लेकिन इस बीच भारतीय छात्र संसद के नाम उन्होंने अपना एक संदेश भेजा है, जिसे आप तक पहुंचाएंगे देवेंद्र पाई.
At the outset, I express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this splendid event for inviting me to address bright and talented youth and providing a platform for interacting with them. I congratulate Sri Rahul Vishwanath Karad for visualizing, designing, and organizing this mega event, the Indian Student Parliament at Pune. It is an excellent initiative. Its motto, to inspire the youth for strengthening democracy, is indeed laudable. An exercise of this kind not only deepens democracy, but also intensifies the quest of the people for good governance. This is a youth-driven, non-political, and non-partisan initiative solely meant for awareness building on vital issues. The Indian Parliament is the microcosm of India. It adequately represents the will of people and their citizenship rights. It also celebrates the diversity of this great nation. This institution has deliberated upon all issues concerning India as well as the world. It took unambiguous and very progressive stance on many matters. The student parliament too, I hope, would emulate it. This parliament, which showcases the urge of the most dynamic segment of population for change, must come out with path-breaking resolutions. I wish the parliament all the best.
शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद. तो ये था मैसेज श्री जितेंद्र सिंह जी की तरफ से. और मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए बताना चाहूँगी कि आज पुणे में ये विवेकानंद मंडप में हम सब जो बैठे हुए हैं साक्षी बन रहे हैं, विचारों को सुन रहे हैं, लेकिन हमारे और आपके साथ लगभग 200 देश भर की यूनिवर्सिटीज़ ऐसी हैं जहाँ पर हमारा ये कार्यक्रम डायरेक्ट लाइव प्रदर्शित किया जा रहा है. इसकी वेबकास्टिंग हो रही है. तो हमारे और आपके जैसे तमाम छात्र साक्षी बन रहे हैं, भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से विचारों की इस गंगा में गोते लगा रहे हैं. भारतीय छात्र संसद में मित्रों हम लोग कुछ प्रस्ताव भी पास करते हैं, रेजोल्यूशंस पास करते हैं. अलग अलग सेशंस के बाद हम ये रेजोल्यूशंस आपके माध्यम से पारित कराते हैं, जिनमें देश के जो ज्वलंत मुद्दे हैं उन पर राय ली जाती है. तो राय ली जाती है इन रेजोल्यूशंस पर आप सबकी. और इस राय को बंधुओं हम सिर्फ मायर्स MIT के कैंपस में नहीं छोड़ते, हम इस राय को आगे ले जाते हैं. जो प्रस्ताव भारतीय छात्र संसद के अलग अलग सेशंस में पारित किए जाते हैं, हम उन प्रस्तावों को राज्य सरकार तक पहुंचाते हैं. राजेश टोपे जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं. महाराष्ट्र सरकार के पास ऐसे प्रतिवेदनों को भेजा जाता है, भारत सरकार को भेजा जाता है, और ये यूनाइटेड नेशंस में भी हमारे प्रस्तावों को भेजा जाता है. दुनिया भर को आप युवाओं की राय क्या है इसके बारे में बताया जाता है. जो युवा हैं विभिन्न मुद्दों के बारे में अपनी क्या राय रखते हैं, उनके क्या विचार हैं, उस राय को हम आगे पहुंचाते हैं. तो ऐसे ही कुछ प्रस्ताव भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से तैयार होंगे जो कि आगे जाएंगे. भारतीय छात्र संसद में इस वक्त हम ऐसे ही 7 प्रस्तावित प्रस्तावों की एक प्रति मीडिया ग्रुप के दो बड़े नाम हमारे साथ यहाँ मंच पर मौजूद हैं। मीडिया की बहुत बड़ी भूमिका है, आप सब जानते हैं। अगर मीडिया तक ये प्रस्ताव पहुँचते हैं तो जाहिर है पूरी जनता तक पहुँचते हैं और जनता को आपकी राय क्या है इसका पता चलता है। हमारे एसओजी यानी स्कूल ऑफ गवर्नमेंट के 10 छात्र यहाँ मौजूद हैं हमारे साथ, जो कि इस साथ प्रस्तावित प्रस्तावों की एक प्रति यहाँ पर सौंपेंगे। हमारे साथ बड़े मीडिया ग्रुप, हमारे साथ रामोजी राव जी बैठे हुए हैं जो कि रामोजी ग्रुप के चेयरमैन हैं। हमारे साथ सकाल मीडिया ग्रुप के एमडी अभिजीत पवार जी बैठे हैं। उन दोनों से मैं ये निवेदन करूंगी कि हमारे छात्रों से ये जो प्रस्तावित प्रस्ताव हैं, आपको वो ये प्रस्ताव सौंपेंगे। आपकी ये जिम्मेदारी अब बनेगी कि ये प्रस्ताव आगे मीडिया तक पहुंचे। भारत के छात्र क्या कुछ सोचते हैं विभिन्न विषयों पर, प्रस्तावों पर उनकी क्या राय है, वो दुनिया तक पहुंचे। ये वो प्रस्ताव है मित्रों जो कि ज्वलंत मुद्दों पर, देश के सामने जो ज्वलंत मुद्दे समय समय पर निकलते हैं, चाहे वो भारतीय राजनीति को लेकर हो, भारत की न्याय व्यवस्था को लेकर हो, महिलाओं को लेकर हो, आर्थिक मामलों से जुड़े हुए हो, या युवाओं की राय विभिन्न सामाजिक क्षेत्रों में, राजनीतिक क्षेत्रों में क्या रहती है, इससे संबंधित ये प्रस्ताव रहते हैं। और इन प्रस्तावों पर हम यहाँ वोटिंग के माध्यम से आपसे राय लेते हैं और यहाँ से ये प्रस्ताव पारित करके हम आगे भेजते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप सभी छात्रों का और पवार साहब आपका, रामोजी साहब आपका। कार्यक्रम को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे। मायर्स MIT के संस्थापक और हमारे प्रणेता, देश के जाने माने शिक्षाविद, संरक्षक, भारतीय छात्र संसद की प्रेरणा, यूनेस्को के चेयर होल्डर, विज्ञान और अध्यात्म के जानकार डॉक्टर विश्वनाथ कराड़ जी का सानिध्य हमें प्राप्त है। इससे पहले कि मैं उन्हें आमंत्रित करूं, आइए उन पर आधारित ये छोटी सी फिल्म देख लेते हैं।
Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, visionary educationist, reputed teacher, ambassador for peace, promoter of interreligious interfaith dialogue, founder of Mair's MIT group of institutions, and the moving force behind Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. Dr. Karad is amongst the pioneers of unaided professional education in Maharashtra, an initiative that has a wide national impact over the last 3 decades. He was born to a farmer's family in a small village named Rameshwar in Latur district of Marathwada. He is the founder-president of World Peace Center, Alandi, Mair's MIT Pune, and has been awarded the UNESCO Chair for Human Rights, Democracy, Peace and Tolerance in 1996. As a person committed to world peace, communal harmony and universal brotherhood, Dr. Vishwanath Karad has organized a number of conferences, seminars and other activities to promote this cause. Dr. Karad is a great believer in the teachings of Swami Vivekananda, the great noble son of India, and is sparing no efforts to help realizing Swamiji's dream that India will be recognized as the knowledge corridor of the world and will show the pathway to peace to the entire world in the 21st century. It is a privilege and an honor to have you among us, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, for the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
What a good fortune for us, friends, that we have the great visionaries sitting on the dais, and I have no adequate words to express my feelings of joy and satisfaction that under the guidance of Dr. Raghunath Mashalkar, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, and also the former Chief Election Commissioner T.N. Session, Professor Rahul Karad and his team is trying to do some contribution for the overall development of the democratic system of India. Nation building is one name which we normally utter. I do not want to take much of your time. My friends from MIT and maybe from the city of Pune and the people sitting here may know, but I would like to just brief to you friends and narrate to you only about 3 to 4 important things which are very dear in my life. As a student like you, I had the fortune of reading that small booklet called Thus Spake Vivekananda. I was studying engineering, the first year or second year engineering. And when I read this, I would like to put it to you. Many of you may be knowing this very well. I am going to narrate only 2 to 3 important things which I feel which are very dear to my heart. और भारतीय अस्मिता जगाने के लिए शायद ये सबसे महत्व रखते हैं बड़े. Swami Vivekananda, a great noble son of India, your brother, on 11 September 1893, spoke in the Parliament of Religions, Chicago, and said 3 sentences. I have been repeating this number of times. I repeat it again for you. And I hope that some of you at least will appreciate and understand the spirit behind. He had said, union of science and religion / spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to mankind. The second sentence he said, give me a few men with the muscles of iron and nerves of steel and I'll change the face of Mother India. जो आज भी जरूरत है अपनी भारत माता का चेहरा बदलने की, मदर इंडिया का सही रूप दुनिया के सामने रखने की. And the third sentence, friends, was, it is better to run after a football on the ground than only to read the Gita or a scripture in the temple or the mosque or a church. कर्मयोग की बात है. बहुत सुंदरता से तुम्हारे ये बड़े भाई ने कहा था. मैं आपको उसके बाद में एक दूसरा छोटा सा पैराग्राफ पढ़ना चाहता हूँ आपके सामने. शायद this paper is given to you in your kit. I want every student present here, friends, to go through, read and understand the spirit behind, the feeling behind. A book also called as a Pearls of Wisdom has been given in the kit. I want every one of you as an Indian, भारतीय सुपूत समझ के अपने आदर्श माता पिता का कोई पोता या सन बोल के आपका फर्ज निभाने के लिए भारत के प्रति, ये शायद मुझे लगता है कि आप इंजीनियर हो, डॉक्टर हो, वकील हो, हमारे उज्जवल निकम साहब जैसे जितनी सुंदरता से उन्होंने जो बोला, मैं ये चाहूँगा कि किसी प्रोफेशन में क्यों न हो. I belong to myself to mechanical engineering and particle physics happens to be my favorite subject. I do understand little bit of IT, computer, artificial intelligence. But friends, remember on this background, the great philosopher saint of India and especially from Maharashtra, Sant Gyaneshwara had said 720 years back that I would like to understand the ultimate reality, the ultimate truth. And he gave an answer that time. He said the entire universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and pure consciousness. 2 words. Remember, friends, the great scientist of the world, even Dr. Albert Einstein, who gave a wonderful equation to the world community like E equal to mc square, is now being turned into Om equal to E equal to mc square world over, giving a different glimpse of what Mother India stands for. Om कोई हिंदू वाचक शब्द नहीं, ओम कोई ब्राह्मणिक शब्द नहीं, ये तो यूनिवर्सल वर्ड है. दुनिया को बताने की एक नई दिशा आज चल रही है. मैं इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, ज़्यादा बोलना ठीक नहीं, लेकिन फिलोसोफर सन ज्ञानेश्वरा टू अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन इज द रियल जर्नी. अध्यात्म से लेके विज्ञान तक और विज्ञान और अध्यात्म का समन्वय जो कहा था विवेकानंद ने, उसकी बात आपके सामने कर रहा हूँ. लेकिन इन बिटवीन यू मस्ट नो दैट आई हैव वन स्मॉल पेपर. आई डोंट वांट टू हेट एनीबडी. I have no hatred for any community or any nation. But you know that we were under the rule of the foreign rule for nearly 700 years, 150 years British clutches, and much more before under some different regiments. Friends, remember, because of this, अपना स्वधर्म, स्वाभिमान और स्वत्व गुम हो गया था। पता नहीं कैसे हुआ, लेकिन हुआ तो सही। लेकिन ध्यान में रखो, मेरे हाथ में एक कागज है, शायद आपके बैग में रखा है ये। मैं आपके सामने अब पढ़ना चाहता हूं कि ये भारतीय छात्र संसद का मकसद क्या है, आखिर किस लिए ये प्रयास है, किस लिए वर्ल्ड पीस सेंटर माइस MIT पूना इंस्टीट्यूशन with the help of the greatest scientists like Mashalkar and Bhatkar and many others, we have been trying to do and promote this culture, a culture of peace in the society and in the world. क्या बात है, कौन सी दिशा है? मैं आपको इतना ही कहूँगा कि ये जो लॉर्ड मैकॉले, जिसका नाम आपने बहुत लोगों ने सुना हो, कितनी मज़े की बात है या कितनी गौरव करने की या क्या बोलूँ मैं पता नहीं। ये पेपर है 2 फरवरी 1835, 2 फरवरी 1835 का स्टेटमेंट है। This person, Lord Macaulay, was sent by the British people that time to study what is India. इंडिया का कल्चर क्या है, इंडिया का पॉपुलेशन कैसा है, उसकी दिशा क्या है, और इस देश पे राज करना है तो कैसे राज कर सकते हैं। देखो कितनी होशियारी है। Can you think what he says that time? He goes back from India after studying here for 2-3 years, and he is addressing the British Parliament then. He is addressing his own friends in the British Parliament. And see what he says. He says, friends, I have traveled across the length and breadth of India, but I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief, or who is a liar. Such a wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such high caliber, that I do not think we, the Britishers, would ever conquer this country unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And no, ये तालियों की बात नहीं, सोचने की बात है कि एक ब्रिटिश आदमी किसी को बोल रहा है कि इस देश पे राज करना है, कि इसका जो स्ट्रेंथ है, विच हैज जो बैकबोन है, वो है स्पिरिचुअल हेरिटेज। इसकी संस्कृति, भारतीय संस्कृति, परंपरा और तत्वज्ञान जो त्याग और समर्पण की भावना पर निर्धारित है, टाइम टेस्टेड वैल्यूज पर निर्धारित है। ईश्वर पर का विश्वास आज सिद्ध हो गया दुनिया में। And all your instruments in your pocket, like small mobile or IT or computer or artificial intelligence, is nothing but a proof what was said by Jnaneshwara and repeated by Albert Einstein, that the entire universe is a manifestation of pure intelligence and pure consciousness. ये सबसे बड़ी बात है भाई साहब। ये कोई अंधश्रद्धा का विषय नहीं था, लेकिन इस देश को हमेशा कहा गया कि ये अंधश्रद्धा वाला देश है। ये धार्मिक वृत्ति का देश है। धार्मिक वृत्ति का है, इसका मतलब है पागलपन है, शायद अंधश्रद्धा है। Now is the time when we have to prove to the world community what is exactly the reality and what is the vision of what this world stands for. यूनिवर्स की बात करो, मशलकर सर से बात करो, विजय भटकर से बात करो, आपके जितने भी लोग हो उनसे बात करो। मेरी आपको रिक्वेस्ट है, I want to appeal, friends, you are all young. I am not trying to address the audience sitting on the stage. They are very learned, great people, visionary people, matured people. It is not for them, but for you, friends, who have come all the way, अपने खुद के पैसे खर्च करके यहाँ आकर 3 दिन ये सुनने का, ये देखने का, यहाँ से कुछ लेके जाना है, तो यहाँ का जो सेंस ऑफ डिसिप्लिन एंड सेंस ऑफ कैरेक्टर की बात है, दुनिया के लिए, भारत के लिए जरूरी है। मैं इतना कहूँगा आखिर में कि ये जो आदमी बोलता है आखिर में, he says, and therefore I propose that we, the Britishers, should replace her old and ancient education system, her culture. For if the Indians, I should not use that word, if the foolish Indians, he says, What a pity. He says, these foolish Indians think that all that is foreign and English is really good and greater than their own self, and they will lose their self-esteem thereafter, their native culture, and they will become what we want them to be, a truly dominated nation. क्या सोच है देखो भाई, कितनी होशियारी है, कितना कनिंगनेस है. और दुर्भाग्य से रामोजी राव साहब, you told to me, today India is facing a different crisis again. Your own mother tongues, whether it is Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Marathi, Punjabi, Gujarati, they are under crisis. Very typical, very typical. That is what he wanted that time, that we all should follow only the Western style and only the Western culture. And whatever has been brought from the Western world is really good. मुझे उनमें अच्छी बात है, बहुत बढ़िया बात है, ठीक है, लेकिन ऐसे नए नए सवाल सामने खड़े हैं देश के. मैं तो आपको यही कहूँगा कि ये जो भारतीय छात्र संसद, आप जिस मायने से यहाँ आते हैं, देखते हैं, स्वच्छता की बात हो, छोटी बात मैं बोलूँगा कि आपके खाने में, इस कैंपस में 30 साल में भाइयों, मेरे जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं, 30 साल में सिगरेट नहीं पिया गया. ये कोई बड़प्पन की बात नहीं बोल रहा हूँ मैं, छोटी बात है. इस देश को, we need the youngest of the young people like you with a sense of character and discipline. यही ये भारतीय अस्मिता का एक मकसद है. भारतीय अस्मिता जगाने का प्रयास है. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि ये मैकॉले हो, विवेकानंद का जन्मदिन है, 150वीं सालगिरह होगी डे आफ्टर. और मैं तो आई एम अ वेरी मैड फॉलोअर ऑफ विवेकानंदा. विवेकानंदा एज अवर मोस्ट आइडियल, and Sant Jnaneshwar and Sant Tukaram, symbolic representatives of the sense. ये भारत देश संत महात्माओं का, this country itself belongs to the great people like them. मैं इतना कहूँगा कि ये सारा भारत देश ज्ञान का स्वरूप है. आखिरी एक सेंटेंस बोलूँगा और मैं रुक जाऊँगा. स्वामी विवेकानंद ने 1897 में कहा है, he says after nearly 100 years from now, 1897, add nearly 100, it comes to 21st century. And our Mashalkar sir has been all the time saying, ये सेंचुरी होगी भारत की, ये सेंचुरी होगी ज्ञान की, और ज्ञान का स्वरूप और सुख समाधान शांति का संदेश इस भारत के माटी से जाएगा. ये भारत भूमि तुम्हारी है, जिस भारत भूमि को ये दायित्व करना है, दुनिया के सामने रास्ता दिखाना है. इतना आतंकवाद है, टेररिज्म है, ब्लडशेड है, मैसेकर है. अपने भारत में भी कितने प्रॉब्लम है. दिल्ली की घटना शर्मनाक बनाती है अपने को. लेकिन ऐसे वक्त we have to stand very firm and erect and try to really show the pathway to the society at large. Thank you friends, thank you.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया डॉक्टर कराड. आपके विचारों को हमने सुना और ये विचार हम अमल में लाएंगे, ऐसा विश्वास है हमारा, ऐसा प्रण है हमारा. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. मित्रों, रामोजी फिल्म सिटी के बारे में आप सबने ज़रूर सुना होगा. हैदराबाद में ये सिटी है और रामोजी ग्रुप के मुखिया हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, रामोजी राव जी. उनके व्यक्तित्व और कृतित्व पर आइए पहले हम एक छोटी सी फिल्म क्लिप देख लें.
Cherukuri Ramoji Rao, better known as Ramoji Rao, is a Telugu Indian businessman and media entrepreneur, and the head of the Ramoji Group, which owns the world's largest film production facility in the country, Ramoji Film City. Rao was born in Andhra Pradesh into an agricultural family. Some of the companies owned by the Ramoji Group include Margadarshi Chit Fund, Inadu Newspaper, ETV, Priya Foods, Ushikaran Movies, and as mentioned above, the Ramoji Film City near Hyderabad. He is also the chairman of Dolphin Group of Hotels in Andhra Pradesh. Ramoji Film City, the world's largest integrated film studio complex, was founded by Ramoji Rao in 1996. It is a popular tourist attraction with nearly 50,000 tourists visiting the facility every month. Beautifully landscaped and laid out, Ramoji Film City is a delight for both tourists as well as filmmakers. It's an honor to welcome the enterprising Mr. Ramoji Rao to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, respected organizers, distinguished guests, and the youthful participants in this 3rd Student Parliament. Greetings to you all. I thank the organizers of this glittering Student Parliament for this privilege to speak in front of the very bright gathering. I feel truly overjoyed addressing the prospective leaders of this country. First of all, I wish to congratulate the MIT School of Government for initiating a leadership program in politics. There is invariably a training period for every new recruit in any job. I always wondered why there is no formal training for our political leaders. This is especially so in the backdrop of the changed parameters for political leadership. Dynasty, money, muscle power, crime record, and proximity to the top leadership are the factors of eligibility in politics today. At least to some extent, courses like this can arrest the tendency. Professionalism can be infused into politics with such courses. Therefore, more and more number of institutions like the School of Government should emerge to offer formal training to prospective political leaders, because the situation on the political front is not at all happy today. Our founding fathers had envisaged a true democracy that perfectly reflected the public opinion. But have we lived up to their expectations? Have we built a representative democracy? As Jai Prakash Narayan had said, mere casting of votes cannot be called as democracy. Our country has come to witness a situation where democracy means the rule of the political parties and their coteries of the day, not the rule of the people. Political parties have long ceased to represent the people's aspirations. Money and muscle power have further diminished the representative nature of the political parties. It is true that India has taken tremendous strides of progress, but the progress is in spite of its political leadership and not because of it. As at the time of independence, the country's literacy rate was just 12%. Today, India's literacy stands for 75%. It's a bit painful to note a country of this magnitude trails behind countries like Sri Lanka and Burma in terms of literacy. At the time of independence, there were 19 universities in the country. Today, there are more than 550 universities, including deemed and private universities. The number has risen, but the standards have fallen deep. The situation is truly pathetic. We are world's second largest country in terms of population, but we do not have a single university that ranks among the world's top 200 institutions of higher learning. Look at Singapore, a nation of just around 5 million people. The city-state has only around 20 public and private universities. Out of them, 2 universities are ranked among the world's top 50. Is it not something we should feel ashamed of? The appalling academic standards of our universities are self-evident. It hurts to note that India churns out lakhs of graduates and postgraduates with mediocre academic standards. We claim to have achieved food security. We take pride in claiming that India is the world's #1 in milk production. The country in the world is second largest producer of wheat and paddy. It is the world's largest producer of several vegetables and fruits. Yet, why are a majority of our children still unable to afford a glassful of milk a day? Why are hunger and malnutrition still so widely prevalent in the country? Our country is endowed with extensive natural resources. It enjoys an enviable position in terms of extent of cultivable land. More than half of India's landed area is cultivable. This is much better than countries like the USA, where less than 20% of land is arable. India is the 4th largest producer of iron ore. Mother India is endowed with rich mineral wealth. Apart from coal and iron ore, in mineral resources, our mineral resources include natural gas, diamonds, petroleum, manganese, bauxite, mica, and several others. Countries with not even half of its natural wealth are prospering much better than India. India offers a bundle of paradoxes. Its mineral resources are rich, but industrial competitiveness is poor. The natural resources are abundant. The human resources are excellent. The climatic conditions are happy. Then, why does our country not progress as much as it deserves? Why so much hunger? Why so much poverty? Why so much unemployment? And why so much distress? These are the questions you should ponder over as the future leaders of this country. Go to the root of each one of the problems plaguing the country. Then you will find one thing: corruption, the all-pervasive and omnipotent. In the Committee of World Nations, we stand 94th in terms of corruption perception. Corruption is badly corroding India's systems. Our heads reel as we read the figures involved in the present-day corruption scandals. Lakhs of crores. The figures are growing truly astronomical. India won its freedom after an epic struggle. It took so many years and so many lives. Millions of heroes made the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of you and me, all of us. Have we proved worthy of their sacrifice? Has the freedom percolated to the grassroots level? What is the use of a freedom that does not give freedom from hunger and want? When we seek to raise these questions, our leaders divert our attention by taking up non-issues that tended to keep us divided. They have left people to suffer in poverty, illiteracy, and ignorance. We stand 43rd on the Global Hunger Index. Many smaller nations are doing much better than us in eradicating hunger. India ranks 112th in terms of per capita medical expenditure. We are making a mockery of the right to live, as only the rich and influential have access to proper medical care these days. But that does not affect our leaders as they are growing richer and richer. Moneyed people spend money to get party tickets and to influence the electorate. They get elected and make more money. They get busy with their own private business. Nothing can compel them to visit their electorate for the next 5 years. We have seen 15 elections in the past 6 decades. Flaws of the same kind have repeated themselves in each election. Our electoral system is caught in a deadly disorder. The first time ever we saw concrete measures towards electoral reforms was during Sri Sessions' stint as our Chief Election Commissioner. His moves to curtail the influence of money and muscle power, his measures to make the system more transparent and representative were lauded by the people, but not by the leaders. His reformatory moves were subsequently whittled away by the political class. It is unfortunate to note that to this day, the talk of electoral reforms remains confined to the rhetoric at the seminars and workshops. The present first-past-the-post system needs to be amended to make our electoral system more representative. The reforms should make political parties to vie with each other to serve the people. Instead of feeling collectively responsible for the current hapless situation, political parties are blaming each other. The party in the opposition blames the ruling party for the prevalence of corruption, but it commits the same wrong after coming to power. This vicious cycle has to be brought to an end. The Constitution of India is one of the most progressive documents in the world. It is indeed alarming to note that governance has drifted away from the lofty constitutional goals. Parochial political gain and individual enrichment have become the most secret operational goals today. As a result of this drift, the governance has lost its capacity to take along our entire social system. The present mess has to be cleared. The spirit of our Constitution should prevail. Similarly, crime has become the most disturbing factor in our lives. Apart from making our lives miserable, criminals have come to dominate the political arena of our country. These muzzled men are able to roam freely with utmost impunity. Our law has ceased to deter them from habitual crime. They know it pretty well that our prosecution is successful only in 12 out of the 100 criminal cases that go to the court, while criminals with political links are able to move scot-free. Several lakhs of poor and ignorant under trials are rotting in prisons. Most of them have crossed their maximum period they have served in jail had they been convicted. Their plight goes unheeded. The political class has ruined the reputation of our institution, including the judiciary. Our leaders seldom think of easing the burden of our judiciary by appointing sufficient number of judges. India has 12 judges per million people, while in countries like the USA, this ratio is several times superior. There are around 150 judges for every million people in the US. No wonder pending cases have piled up into several crores in our country. Why does our leadership not give sincere thoughts to change the situation? Probably it has vested interest in the status quo. Our founding fathers had set up institutions by way of healthy checks and balances to ensure proper functioning of our democracy. But the institutions suffered erosion of public interest as parties in power intervene with the functioning of the constitutional bodies. Political considerations in crucial appointments have put a big question mark on the credibility of the institutions. If our democracy is to thrive and the people's rule to be upheld, we must make sure that there is no political meddling with the institutional functioning. Democracy demands accountability. Therefore, every institution affecting the common man's life should be made transparent. Every such institution should be made answerable to the people alone. These are all real issues that should be quickly resolved in the interest of the nation. There is an urgent need to overhaul our democracy. Our younger generation will suffer if things remain as they are. Evidently, the future of our youth is at stake. Time is up for our young people to arise and awake. As trustees of the nation's future, the youth should prepare themselves to build a better and brighter India. I hope the student parliament will send out a message that all hope lies with the young. It is for them to launch yet another struggle for freedom. They should become the harbingers of change. I want the youth of this nation to lead nothing short of a total democratic revolution. Jai Hind.
शुक्रिया रामोजी राव साहब। आगे बढ़ते हैं कार्यक्रम में। उद्योग के साथ साथ सामाजिक और कल्याणकारी कार्यक्रमों में अपनी भूमिका के लिए एक शख्सियत बहुत जानी जाती है। हमारे साथ आज मंच पर मौजूद हैं आदित्य बिरला फाउंडेशन की चेयरपर्सन राजश्री बिरला जी।
Mrs. Rajashri Birla is a director on the board of all the major Aditya Birla group of companies in India and outside India, namely Grasm, Hindalco, Aditya Birla Nuva and Ultratech Cement Limited. As chairperson of the Aditya Birla Centre for Community Initiatives and Rural Development, the apex body responsible for development projects, Mrs. Birla oversees the group's social and welfare-driven work across 30 companies. In recognition of the exemplary work done by her and for making a qualitative difference in the lives of the less privileged, Mrs. Birla received the Economic Times Corporate Citizen 2001-2002 award on behalf of the group. It's an honor to welcome an inspirational lady like Mrs. Rajashri Birla to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, my fellow students, ladies and gentlemen, I am indeed delighted to be with all of you here today to address the 3rd Indian Student Parliament. I must compliment the MIT School of Government and other government arms for this excellent initiative. Inspiring youth for strengthening democracy, I believe, is an idea whose time has come. I have been asked to share my thoughts on this topic. This is a subject I believe in, so I'm going to talk about it for a few minutes. What I believe you can all do to strengthen our democracy. I talk to you with head and heart. I talk with you as I would talk to youngsters whom I would consider as part of the larger Indian family. You and I belong to this India family. I look upon you, the students, leaders of our country, as a hope. In you, we see the leaders of tomorrow today. So the first point I would like to make is that you are our future. How our democracy will shape up as we go along is entirely in your hands. So you must seize the future and make a game-changing difference to our country. And this brings me to the second point, that what are our strengths and what are our weaknesses? And how can you help strengthen the strengths and weaken the weaknesses. First, let me come to our strengths. Ours is the largest, most vibrant democracy in the world. Nowhere in the world can you find elections conducted on this magnitude of scale as in India. We are a diverse people with many religions coexisting, 23 officially recognized languages, and more than 20 dialects. Despite this composition, we are a country where the government believes in consensus. It takes decisions also in consensual manner, notwithstanding aberrations that have been surfacing in the recent past. I'm sure all of you will agree that this can be traced to the constraints faced because of the undercurrents in politics, coupled with an unfortunate derailment of value systems amidst several sections of our people. Next to our democracy, our economy and our intellectual capital offers a lot of hope. India has spawned world-class institutions in engineering, the basic sciences, medicine, and management. These investments in brain power have paid rich dividends. In nuclear and space technologies, for instance, India ranks among the leading nations. India boasts of the world's third best largest scientific and technical manpower. So we can take justifiable pride in the fact that we have made a mark on the intellectual map of India, world map. India is a happening country, and these are very positive changes. According to BRICS projection, 2040, India will become an economic powerhouse. It will be in the league of China and the USA. Two factors that will catapult India to the top include the contribution of the corporate sector, the role of industry in elevating India's stature as the manufacturing hub, the par excellence service provider, and among the intellectual capital of the globe. And second, progressive government policies. The prognosis about our future seems encouraging on the economic front. That said, our current environment of governance is wanting in several aspects. As tomorrow's leaders today, the onus to evolve into change agents and help put processes and change mindsets so that our democracy can be strengthened is on you. You have to raise your decibel levels and root for transparency and accountability to a far higher pitch. In your life now, as a student leader, you must ensure that these virtues are not nurtured in campuses. The next point I would like to make is that each of you have reached the age of voting. So you must cast your vote. Right away ensure that your name is on the roster of voters. There are other issues which make our heads hang in shame. For instance, women abuse and the poverty that still exists in our country. On women abuse, I think there are systemic issues. In my view, the severest deterrent to such base and inhuman acts must immediately be put in place. Systemic issues and mindset changes will take time, but you must make a promise to respect women and to bring in gender equity. These times are sad for all of us. We have lost our respect globally on this score. So my submission to you would be to, and the loss of poverty alleviation is one of the very important point. And my submission to you would be to intensify the struggle for inclusive growth. And you can do it. Make helping others and thinking beyond yourself a part of your life. And now, some final words before I conclude. I recall what the former American president, Mr. Franklin Roosevelt said, and I quote, "We cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build the youth for the future." I think I would like to repeat, we cannot always build the future for our youth, but we can build the youth for the future. So my appeal to you is, try and do your best in life.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद राष्ट्र जी। भारतीय छात्र संसद के इस मंच से हम अपने तमाम जो हमारे युवा आइकॉन्स हैं उनका स्वागत करते हैं। हमने उन्मुख चंद जी का स्वागत किया और अब हम ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं। भारत को इस बार 6 ओलंपिक मेडल मिले। हम चाहते हैं ये 6 से 60 हो जाएं, 60 से और ज़्यादा हो जाएं, लेकिन ये 6 हमारे लिए बेशकीमती हैं। आइए सबसे पहले ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट का स्वागत और सम्मान करते हैं और सबसे पहले उन पर आधारित ये छोटी सी फिल्म हम देखेंगे।
मुझे स्टेट्स के नाम ना सुनाई देते ना दिखाई देते, सिर्फ एक मुल्क का नाम सुनाई देता है, इंडिया।
कुछ करिए, नस नस मेरी खोले, हाय कुछ करिए, कुछ करिए, बस बस बड़ा बोले, अब कुछ करिए। ओ कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए, हाय कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए। चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया। Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, this is the time, let's do or die. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, this is the time, let's do or die. कूचों में गलियों में, राशन की फलियों में, बैलों में बीजों में, ईदों में बीजों में, रेतों के दानों में, फिल्मों के गानों में, सड़कों के गड्ढों में, बातों के अड्डों में, भूखा रोज भर ले, 10-12 बार कर ले, रहना न यार पीछे, कितना भी कोई खींचे, बस है नामस है जी, जिद है तो जिद है जी, किसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही पिसना यूं ही बस करिए। कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए, हाय कोई तो चल जिद फड़िए, तू बेतरिए या मरिए। चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया, चक दे हो चक दे इंडिया।
ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट आज हमारे भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच पर बहुत बहुत स्वागत और सम्मान भारतीय छात्र संसद के हमारे ये तमाम छात्र नेताओं की ओर से
मिलजुल कर अब
अभय
करेंगे,
अभय फिरोदिया जी, फोर्स मोटर्स के अध्यक्ष और तमाम हमारे विशिष्ट अतिथि आज गगन नारंग को सम्मानित करेंगे।
तब जाकर कुछ बात बनेगी, जनहित की शुरुआत बनेगी। भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र संसद, भारतीय छात्र
गगन नारंग के लिए हमारा निशाना, हमारी तालियां।
अतिथिगण जो यहाँ मंच पे उपस्थित हैं, मेरे सभी भाइयों और बहनों और मित्रों, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। I feel honored to be amongst the 6 Indians who did the country proud. I think It is time to tell the world that India has arrived in sports, and 6 medals is that belief that we've given to the country. I think our country is going through a lot in current times, and when we won those medals, when we go out there and perform and win those medals and the country's flag goes up, I think it puts a smile on every Indian's face, whether it's a poor person or it's a rich individual. So I think sport is a great binding factor against all caste and creed. And I am proud and happy to be a part of this country and contribute towards the little smile on your faces that we brought by winning medals. यहाँ पे मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा राहुल कराट जी का और भारतीय छात्र संसद का कि मुझे यहाँ पे बुलाया गया और आप लोगों के सामने सम्मानित किया गया। आई थिंक अगर ये स्कूल जब मैं स्टूडेंट होता तो मैं शायद आज पॉलिटिशियन भी बन सकता था। बट किसी और तरीके से मैंने देश का नाम रोशन किया और मैं चाहता हूँ कि एक सीख आप ज़रूर हम खिलाड़ियों से लें, वो है परसिवियरेंस की, वो है संकल्प की, वो है आपका दृढ़ निश्चय जो आपको मोटिवेट करेगा हमेशा देश के लिए कुछ अच्छा करने का। मेरी लाइफ में और हर स्पोर्ट्समैन की लाइफ में कहीं उतार चढ़ाव आते हैं। एक टाइम ऐसा था जब मैं किसी अमीर ख़ानदान से नहीं था, मैं एक मिडिल क्लास फैमिली से था और मेरे डैड सर्विस करते थे। तो मैं किसी और की बंदूक से चलाता था और शूटिंग रेंज में बैठता था और जब उनकी शूटिंग ख़त्म हो जाती थी तो मुझे सिर्फ वो कहते थे कि आपको चलाना है, तो मैंने कहा हाँ बिल्कुल। तो मुझे 10 शॉट देते थे, मैं चला के 2 घंटे बैठ के उनको देख के घर वापस आ जाता था। तो ऐसी शुरुआत मैंने की और जब मैंने अपने मॉम डैड को कहा कि मुझे अपनी एक गन लेके दो, तो 2-3 महीने बाद मुझे अपनी गन मिल गई, जो कि जर्मन कंपनी थी, जिससे मेरा स्कोर और मेरी परफॉर्मेंस में उद्धार आ सकता था। तो 2 साल बाद ही मुझे पता चला कि किस परिश्रम और किस कठिनता से उन्होंने मुझे वो गन दी। उन्होंने अपना घर बेच दिया, जिस घर में हम लोगों को रहना था, वो बेच के उन्होंने मुझे अपनी गन दिलवाई। और तो पहली कठिनाई ये थी और रास्ते में कहीं और कठिनाइयाँ आती रहती हैं, पर बीजिंग में मेरा मेडल 1 पॉइंट से रह गया। तो फिर भी मैं निराशाजनक नहीं हुआ, मुझे बहुत अफसोस ज़रूर हुआ, पर जो मोटिवेशन है, जो देशवासियों का प्यार है, जो माँ बाप, जो दोस्तों ने सम्मान और जिस तरीके से सपोर्ट किया, मोटिवेट किया, आई थिंक वो बहुत ही ज़्यादा इम्पॉर्टेंट है। और अपने अंदर मोटिवेशन और परसिवियरेंस होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो ये सीख मैं आपको ज़रूर अपनी ओर से आपको देना चाहूँगा कि भी कभी हार मत मारना, क्योंकि जीत उसी की होती है जो कोशिश करता है। और मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लेना चाहूँगा, आप सब लोग बहुत सहनशीलता से सुन रहे हैं हम सबको। तो आई होप ये तालियां नहीं मारी जा रही ताकि मैं चला जाऊँ नीचे। बट जाते जाते मैं ये ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि तकाज़ा है वक्त का कि तूफ़ान से लड़ना है, तकाज़ा है वक्त का कि तूफ़ान से लड़ना है, कब तक चलेंगे किनारे किनारे। तो इसी थॉट से मैं आपको छोड़ना चाहूँगा कि जब आगे लड़ना ही है और दृढ़ निश्चय और संकल्प से आगे बढ़ना ही है, तो कब तक चले हम किनारे किनारे। धन्यवाद, थैंक यू।
मार्क टली जी का नाम आप सब ने ज़रूर सुना होगा, बीबीसी के पूर्व संवाददाता, जिन्होंने भारत को अपना दूसरा घर बना लिया है, जिन्होंने भारत की राजनीति को, भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था को, भारत के सामाजिक जीवन को वर्षों से बड़े पास से देखा है और उस पर अपनी बात को कहा है। जाने माने ब्रॉडकास्टर मार्क टली हमारे साथ हैं, उनसे निवेदन करूंगी वो आएं, लेकिन उससे पहले एक छोटी सी फिल्म उनके जीवन और उनके कार्यों पर आधारित, आइए देखते हैं।
During the 70s and 80s, his was one of the most recognized faces on the news circuit in the capital of India, New Delhi. A British by birth and an Indian at heart, Sir Mark Tully, the former Chief of Bureau of BBC in New Delhi, was one of the most distinguished journalists of the veritable BBC in India. Sir William Mark Tully is one of the rare individuals who is a recipient of two Indian civilian honors, the Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan, as well as the Order of the British Empire. Be it war or strife, natural or man-made disaster, extreme poverty or death by malnutrition, Mark Tully covered it all and made people sit up to make notice of his extraordinary reporting skills. An acclaimed author, some of his best-selling books include India, The Road Ahead, India's Unending Journey, Last Children of the Raj, No Full Stops in India, and many others. For years, Mark Tully will continue to remain as an idol for aspiring journalists. It is indeed an honor, sir, to welcome you to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
Honorable Governor of Tripura and Dr. Vishwanath Kamal and other distinguished members of the platform, it's a great honor to be here speaking at this Indian Students' Parliament, particularly a privilege for someone like me who is not an Indian citizen, that you are prepared to sit here and listen to me. What I want to say, in a sense, follows on for what you've already heard about Vivek Anand. When I was thinking what I wanted to say, I looked through the beautiful book which has been produced about the earlier Chhatra Sansads that there have been. And I found this quote by someone called Meenakshi Vajra, and it gave me thought as to what to say very briefly to you. She said, "We belong to a proud culture where we worship the earth as our mother, but now the use and abuse of nature has become our culture." And I believe that one of the great lessons that India has for the world, but first of all she has to reteach herself, is that we are one with nature. And I often think back to Rabindranath Tagore in this context, because Tagore was so wise and put things so well. And he once said, "The West seems to take pride in thinking that it is subduing nature, as if we were living in a hostile world where we have to wrest everything we want from an unwilling and alien arrangement of things. India includes the world with man as one great truth." But of course, India nowadays, in my view, is following the path of the West. It is, as you heard, in some senses, following what Macaulay himself set out as an agenda for India. Because Macaulay was the person who, although in the end he became to respect India, was the person who believed that the future of India lay in following the English way and not just in language. So you have an India which, in my view, is still aping the Western way, still following the Western way. And what is wrong with the Western way? I think there are 2 or 3 things I would like to comment on briefly. One is that there is a lack of moral purpose. There is no moral compass in the economics which we pursue. We're told we are going to try and get a certain rate of development, but we're not really told what is the moral or the ultimate purpose behind that development. We are told also that we will develop if we buy more, if we become more and more consumers. But consumerism is something which is based fundamentally on greed. If we are not greedy, then we will not want to consume. So in a sense, there is a moral flaw at the heart of this idea of development. And also, I believe very strongly that, and this brings me to Vivekananda, I believe very strongly that there is a lack of understanding of the transcendent, a lack of sense of the transcendent. Everything is about what happens in this world. And yet the great wisdom of India has been, the greatness of Indian philosophers has been to manage to bring the transcendent down to the immanent and yet keep it as transcendent. Or to put it more simply, that Brahman or the ultimate purpose or God, or call it what you like, is transcendent and yet at the same time dwells in all of us. And if India found the moral purpose in the search for the transcendent within the individual, then I think it would pursue a very different pattern of development. Lastly, I would like to say that the pattern of development which India is following and which the West is following is surely ultimately unsustainable anyhow. You can see the streets of Pune now. Imagine what the streets of Pune would be like if every citizen, if there was the same number of cars per citizen of Pune as there would be in a citizen of London or a British town, or even more so of an American town. That is only just one example. And what do we do? What do we say when we realize that there are problems which make this development unsustainable? Well, we say technology will find an answer. But here I think I come to that wonderful saying of Vivekananda which you have heard, that science is a wonderful thing, but science on its own can be very misleading, can create more problems than it solves. Science needs a moral purpose or a spiritual purpose or something like that. And if there is no moral or spiritual purpose, then science can mislead us. And what is saddest of all is, in my belief, that if we were to pursue a development agenda which concerned itself also with the helping people, inspiring people, leading people to consider the moral compass that they need to have and that the nation needs to have, if it was to lead to think about those things, then I think we would all be much happier. And that's, in a strange way, what Bhutan, that very small country on your neighbor, is pursuing when it says it doesn't want GDP growth. It wants gross happiness growth. And gross happiness growth cannot come if we simply think that happiness lies in eating more, driving more cars, buying more things, and consuming. So to end, I want to end with two quotes. One again from Tagore, who Tagore said, "Man's greatest happiness is not in getting anything, not in getting anything, but in giving himself up to what is greater than himself." And that is the traditional search of Indian philosophy, the way that man can dedicate himself to that which is greater than himself and that lies in himself. And the last person I want to quote very briefly is Mahatma Gandhi. You have a statue of the Mahatma there, and I would just like to tell you that I have seen in Johannesburg in South Africa a statue of the Mahatma as a young man. And whenever I see the Mahatma as an old man, I think to myself that here is a man whose whole life was dedicated to struggle. And you students run the danger that here you are in this wonderful Sansad, this wonderful parliament, enthusiastic, anxious to create a better India and a better world. The temptation will be for you to go out into the world, become involved. I know this from my own experience. You become involved in all the problems of living your lives out in the world, and you forget your enthusiasm. Well, when you next see a statue or a picture of the Mahatma, don't think of him as an old man, but think of him as a young man, and then think of him as someone who, throughout his life, continued that struggle. And what was the very brief quotation of the Mahatma that I want to leave with you? It was very simple. It was, you must be the change you wish you would see in the world. You have to be the change you want to see in the world. If you don't change, the world won't change. Thank you all very much indeed.
Publishing और इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया से एक और बहुत ही डायनामिक यंग पर्सनालिटी, MD सकाल मीडिया ग्रुप श्री अभिजीत पवार जी भी हमारे साथ हैं। वो हमें संबोधित करें इससे पहले आइए उनके व्यक्तित्व और उनके कार्यों पर ये छोटी सी फिल्म देख लें।
Abhijit Pawar is the young managing director and editor, Sakal Media Group. Abhijit Pawar is the son of the illustrious Shri Pratap Rao Pawar and the nephew of Shri Sharad Pawar. He is very good at ideation, which has enabled the flagship newspaper of the group, Daily Sakal, to remain as amongst the most read newspapers in Maharashtra. Recently, he organized the Pune Bus Day on November 1st, 2012, with a view to improve the public transport system in Pune city. This activity received overwhelming response from the citizens. By introducing the English daily Sakal Times, he has clearly set his sights on a national footprint. A man who believes in simple living and high thinking. It's an honor to welcome the dynamic Abhijit Pawar to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
Respected dignitaries on the dais and my dear student friends. I'm really thankful that I've been called on to speak now, because I was wondering that if more time goes by and I'm the last speaker to speak, I hope that I would not be saying I'm the only dignitary on the dais. So I have some requests before I speak on the topic that I've asked to speak on. You see, some of you are clapping during the speech, in between. So my request is to clap a little softer, because there are some in the audience who are really trying hard to sleep. So you're disturbing them. I know it's been a long and tiring day for you, so I'm going to talk of some 10 Guru Mantras that many of my politician friends, not who are present on the dais, but some of them who are there in politics today are following. And I would like to quote a few of them. You see, some of them have realized that money is not everything, but there's MasterCard and Visa too. They're getting more sophisticated. Those who are concerned about welfare of animals, they love animals because they believe they're tasty too. Those who are concerned about water are seriously into saving water because they're drinking on the rocks. Mr. Ujjwal Nikam mentioned about fruits and wisdom. Well, some of them have realized that fruits are healthy, so leave it for the sick. Some of them seriously believe that books are holy, so don't touch them. Some of them also believe in love thy neighbor, and they don't get caught. And if they get caught, they know that Ujjwal Nikam is going to chase them. Some of them actually believe that hard work never killed anyone, but why take a chance? And why do something today when it can be done tomorrow, especially by someone else? And finally, many of the politicians, I think one of the resolutions you do, Rahul, is that they must be married. And the reason is that happiness is not everything in life. I'm actually very happily married. My wife is not here, so I can have the courage to see all this. Now, so coming back to the topic that I've been given, which is the relevance of media in good governance. You see, like all of us are getting worried about what's happening in the country. People are getting cynical, we are protesting, we are writing, we're doing everything possible to sort of say how things are chaotic in this country. And good governance really is the process of arriving at taking the right decisions and ensuring that they're actually executed in the right manner for the majority. I think Mr. Nikam mentioned Mark Tully mentioned about the Pune traffic situation. And I'm just going to share an experience with my friends who are from outside. Because on the 1st of November this year, in 2012, Punekars really created history. And this is an example which I want to share, because this example, please listen very carefully, because after this whole thing happened, I know you heard all Nitin Gadkari ji, who said, it's not about getting tickets in politics, you have to work hard. He himself was pasting posters, and now he's the party president, rose up the ranks. But I'm going to let you on a secret as to how to get a political ticket. Because after this incident which happened, several parties actually offered me to contest for elections. But although I've refused that, because I'm not worthy of this opportunity, but I'm going to let you on this. You see, when you've come to Pune, you've seen the traffic, and all of us are fed up of it. So what do we do? As a media, if you talk of governance, what should we do? We write about the administration, we curse the politicians, we do everything possible, maybe even take out protests. But is it really going to help? So we decided to do something different. And the first thing we started was participation. We got all the stakeholders of the city, everyone to participate and talk to us in understanding what is this problem. If we all are agreeing that this is a problem, we all need a solution, why is it that we can't get this solution? So when we started participating in discussions, we started coming to various options, various solutions. Everybody was passionate about what the solution should be. Somebody said, remove all the cars from the road. Somebody said, get more buses. Someone said, get a metro. Well, finally what we did was, we came to the second point, which was consensus. We said, okay, there are many solutions. Let's just agree on one aspect, which all of us can build to a consensus. And that was that we'll get an efficient public transport system. The buses in Pune need to be better, and we need more buses. The third area that we focused on was accountability. Because it's very important that whatever we planned, we wanted all of us to be accountable for whatever we are doing, whatever we are going to be proposing. So we prepared a plan where we knew who's going to be accountable for what if this whole initiative had to be brought to light. The fourth thing we got was transparency. We ensured that we kept on communicating with our audiences, that we had these meetings, here's what's happening. It was a very, very transparent process. And when I mentioned about the participation as the first point, we ensured that every political party, everybody participated. We didn't have this prejudice or a bias that these are not good people, they have some vested interests. Everyone was involved. So we had participation, we had consensus, we had accountability, we had transparency. Then we decided to test the response of the people. And we started moving out of our cabins. The media, the reporters, the editors, including myself, we started moving out and addressing people almost like public rallies, just as the way politicians do. Because I believe that somewhere journalism, we were stuck in just sitting on the table and doing telephone journalism, taking an interview over the telephone. And we had forgotten the connect with the masses. So we went out in the masses. And you know, the first response we got was from the slums. The Slum Association, the domestic association of women who basically are doing housekeeping services, they came in and they said, we want to contribute to this cause by donating 31,000 rupees. All of them collected, and the slums, they contributed 31,000. After that, the Panwalas came together. They contributed. You will not imagine that the people at the grassroots level, when we went and started addressing them, they were so thrilled, ecstatic. They were saying that not only do we want to do something about it, but here's our money. They are the first ones who came and participated. So we had a very, very good response from the people at large. We wanted to make sure that this was very equitable and inclusive. So we started from not isolating anybody. So on one side we went to the slums, on the other side we went to Mr. Rahul Bajaj as well. And when we said that we want to do this whole initiative where everybody on the 1st of November should travel on a bus, we want to hire buses, we want your support. So Mr. Bajaj's family, when I went to their home for dinner after the event, his daughter-in-law came and complained and he said, do you know what you've done? On that day, all of us had to travel by bus because Papa had said nobody will be allowed to use the car. So the Bajaj family, the rich, the poor, everybody, most of the members here who are from Pune on the dais and those who are here would have traveled on the bus on that day. We had a phenomenal, inclusive and equitable response. But we were very clear because we knew that people will ask us, what will happen after the 1st of November? You'll do this for one day? Is it a gimmick? Are you doing this with some vested interest? And we knew that we had to prepare a long-term plan. So what we did was we asked Tata Motors and Ashok Leyland, both the companies who were actually going to supply the buses at some point in time, to prepare, along with the help of other authorities who were experts in this field, including the NGOs. We got all the NGOs to come on one platform and agree on one common voice, which I think was the biggest achievement for us. Everybody came together and we prepared a 3-year plan. We said, okay, how are we going to raise the funds? How are we going to reduce the fares? How are we going to make this more efficient? How are we going to increase the efficiency? How are we going to address the issues of the drivers, the conductors? What are the problems that they're facing? Where do we get the excess land from? What is the corporation's problem? What is the legal issue here? All this was prepared before we even launched the activity. And we said every 1st of the month, we'll have a monthly target for the next 3 years where we will try to get rid of this traffic problem once and for all. And we will monitor as a media on a monthly basis, and we will report to the public at large as to what the progress is. And over the last 2 months, since November, 90% of whatever we have decided is happening and is on track. And finally, we have to do all this by following the rule of law. You will be pleasantly surprised that when we got all these stakeholders participating, I was worried and I said, what if somebody goes to court and files a PIL or an RTI or says that who are you people to take this initiative and stall this whole process? Before I even approached the lawyers and the judges, they had invited me in the courts. And you will be pleasantly surprised that when the lawyers and the judges told me that, can you organize a bus because there's no bus stop near where we stay, we all are going to go travel on the bus on the same day, I knew that not a single lawyer will take up a case to stop this issue. So the judiciary, the executive, the legislature, everyone, the bureaucrats, we had police, 2,500 police on that day, on their own, on the road. That was a day where Pune witnessed 0 accidents, 0 on that day. Never in the history of Pune had we witnessed something like this. We saved fuel for about 30%. Pollution was reduced by 6 to 8%. You had little children when we were traveling in the buses, school children, slum holders, NGOs, every possible stakeholder that you can imagine. Everybody forgot about who they were, what they were. We had almost a kilometer line where people from all walks of life were trying to meet us, meet our editors, reporters. And it was an experience which I believe is going to be the future of this country. This is a model that if it can work in Pune, trust me, it can work anywhere in this country. So the only thing that I would like to request all of you is that there is a way, there is a ray of hope. If the young and the old and everybody, all of us come together, if an honest intent is there, people will realize that this is an honest intent. On the social networking side, none of them said that there was a problem or whatever. Everybody was supportive. Everybody was praising this whole initiative. It was not something that the media had done on its own, but it was a collective way of going forward. And I think, to me, the good governance as a role of the media, this is an experience that I would, now we're trying to expand to say, can we do this across the state to begin with? And hopefully, if this is a model which we can work at a statewide level, and as we get solutions, maybe we can also replicate it across the country. So thank you very much, and Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
अभिजीत पवार साहब, धन्यवाद। और कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए अब डॉक्टर अभय फिरोदिया जो कि हमारे साथ यहाँ बैठे हैं, चेयरमैन एंड एमडी फोर्स मोटर्स के, उन्हें मैं आमंत्रित करूंगी, पर उससे पहले आइए उनके जीवन और कार्यों पर आधारित ये छोटा सा फिल्म क्लिप देख लें।
Abhay Firodia, a man brought up on Gandhian ideals and philanthropic traditions, hails from a family which has a long involvement in India's freedom struggle and issues of social equality and empowerment in independent India. Abhay Firodia has headed many business organizations of repute: Society of Indian Automobile Manufacturers, SIAM, Automotive Research Association of India, ARAI, and Indo-German Chamber of Commerce, IGCC, being a few of them. His engagement with the industry continues as an executive committee member of several important organizations such as SIAM, ACMA, IGCC, and MCCIA. His commitment to society is manifest in major charitable and social institutions. He is the president of Veerayathan, a transnational social organization whose activities he has extended further by founding Naval Veerayathan, a center for value education. Abhay Firodia is the president of the Ahmednagar Education Society and chairman of the Gandhi National Memorial Society, Pune. He is closely associated with many other social institutes that are engaged in the care of the elderly and deprived. He is also a trustee on several hospitals and a recipient of many honors and rewards. It is a pleasure indeed to welcome Shri Abhay Firodia to the 3rd Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad.
Good evening to the Honorable Dais, to the distinguished guests, and my young friends. I've been asked to speak on growth for all. And there are two elements in this, as we can readily see. Growth, I assume it means economic growth. It means development. and for all. That would mean inclusive growth, where everybody can have a better life. This brings me to a fundamental contradiction which we have to look at first. Our country, in the last 60 years of independence, shortly after the death of Patel, became a country driven by socialist ideology. Socialism is about distribution. It is about distributing the existing pie. Whatever there is, how do you cut it and give it? It is not about growth. Market economics, on the other hand, free market economics, is about growth. So when we talk of growth for all, we have to think very carefully and reflect first on what happened in our country, whether it was right or wrong. I strongly believe that the spiritual values, the ethic of our society, which in the century before independence was redeveloped by people like Vivekananda, who spoke of poverty alleviation, of reaching out to the poor man, Tilak, who gave us our confidence back again to say that freedom is my birthright. Men like Tagore, who spoke of the beauty of Indian culture, the poetry that he wrote, evoked what is the best in our tradition. And Gandhi. Gandhi was the most modern of them all and the most factual of them all. Gandhi spoke of satyagraha, which means insistence on truth. Without fear, without favor, not to resile from what you think is true, no matter what the consequences. Now this whole ethic, which had evolved over 100 years of colonial rule, was turned upside down by Jawaharlal Nehru within a few years of the passing away of Gandhi and Patel. I strongly believe that this left turn was a great damaging move for India. I'm aware that I'm saying something which is controversial, which some may even say is heresy. How can you say something which is blasphemous? You are denouncing the policies of Nehru. Yes, I am. If one cannot say it in the students' parliament, a democracy has no meaning. One has to remember that it's very nice to talk about platitudes and yes, there must be inclusiveness and there must be nice morality and all this. This is not wrong, but this does not get you anywhere. If you want growth, and you want growth for all, first of all, you have to create wealth. How do you create wealth? And then you have to create a system whereby this wealth, which is created by a number of innovators, by a number of entrepreneurs, is created in a transparent, in an accountable, and in an honest manner. That is the challenge. How do you create wealth in a manner which is transparent, accountable, and honest? And to be able to do that, you need an economic regulatory system which promotes competition, which promotes accountability, and takes away the privilege from the powers that be, the bureaucracy and the politicians, and puts it in the hands of market forces and puts it in the hands of the system. That is precisely what free market economics is about. This is precisely what people like Anna Hazare have been saying. You bring accountability. You bring transparency. Please remember that there was no public sector in India before independence. None. The entire farming economy was private. The entire trade, wholesale and retail was private. The entire banking was private. At the height of Labour governments in the UK, in the United Kingdom, in Britain, when very left socialists were ruling the British politics, they did not nationalize banks. When we allowed our banks to be nationalized, our coal mines to be nationalized, we created a logjam which we are still fighting with. If you want to create wealth, you need organizations that can create wealth. Those organizations must be accountable, but they must exist. And if you subvert the organizations that exist, you pay the price for a long, long time. Probably the example I am going to give you may be a bit jarring for you, but over the last few years I've been thinking of this, and I strongly feel that 500 years ago, Akbar the Great, Akbar was not a Hindu, he was a Muslim. But Akbar created an inclusive society in India. He took people together. He respected the spirituality of the land. And he enabled growth to happen. He enabled society to be at peace and to flourish. Aurangzeb, his great-grandson, was no small a man. He was not a small man. He was a great fighter. But he was an extremely radical Muslim. He created in our country antagonism between sections of society. Today, a few hundred years after the event, we are able to see the difference between Akbar and Aurangzeb. We are too near in history today to see the difference between Gandhi and Nehru. But I strongly believe, and I'm accountable for what I say, that the kind of inclusive society, accountable society, moral society that these great men, Tilak and Gandhi and Vivekanand and Tagore, envisaged, encouraged, was undermined by false promises. Socialism, to begin with, is materialistic. Mr. Tully referred to the amorality of the Western work ethic. Yes, socialism is highly materialistic. India is not a godless materialist country. Indians have a spiritual backbone. And turning away from this has been a very big setback for us. It is very nice to imagine that we will compete with China and we will be like the United States was in the 20th century. By the end of the 21st century, India will be a great economic power. But you are not getting there unless you set your economics in order first. One of the great tragedies of modern India is that the man who reversed this socialist train, which was headed full speed in the wrong direction, and made it into a journey into free market economics, that is Narasimha Rao, you hardly hear of him. There is not one politician of any stature in our country who has the courage of his convictions or the guts to stand up and say, socialism was a mistake. or who is ready to say today's prosperity in India is the result of free market economics. You could not have had the telecom revolution, you could not have had the automobile revolution, you could not have had the building revolution without free market economics having been introduced in India. Technology is important, but technology is a means to an end. Technology evolves. Technology evolves best in a free society. There are any number of examples from the 20th century where you see all the great incubation centers for technology in the West, like Bell Labs or NASA. They were part of an economic system that was free. If you look at the work the German scientists did in the 20th century in the field of chemistry or aircraft or rocket science or whatever, all of this happened where there was an economic impetus to achieve a breakthrough technology in order to harness it for common good ultimately. And I very strongly feel that we have lost our way in the last 40 years. On the other hand, you have the example of China. Deng Xiaoping, when he assumed power in China, took three basic decisions. First was he said, this communist philosophy of economics is bunkum, jettison it. He had the courage to say this is wrong. He said it in a very elegant manner. He said it doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white if it eats and if it kills mice. It's a nice way of saying it. But fundamentally what he was saying was, if you want people to be prosperous, you have to create wealth. If free market economics creates wealth, so be it. He also brought in export competitiveness. So this is the first thing, economic reform. The second thing was he mandated that the Communist Party, which is communist only in name, will have an orderly succession. Every 4 years, there will be a succession, and every 8 years, there will be a total change in leadership, ensuring that technocrats with good qualification, with good track record, are always in the front seat, always in the driver's seat, and they are young. And the third thing he insisted on, and which he delivered on, was he said, do away with confrontational politics. Become friends with the West. No revolutionary, madcap thinking. Get practical. Get real. In India, a lot of politicians, when they talk of the failure of the system to deliver goods for the people, always say that we have democracy, we can't do this and we can't do that, and China has military dictatorship. It is true, China has military dictatorship. But this democracy in India can deliver a lot. Just look at two examples in the last 10 years. Gujarat and Bihar. The same laws, the same people, the same administrative system. Good governance has delivered. And I don't think we need to do anything except to attack. And that is what the youth can do. Attack the nexus between the decision makers in the bureaucracy and in the political system and the business. That nexus has to be attacked. I wonder whether the young girls who went to the Rashtrapati Bhavan gate and shook that gate understood that they were challenging the conscience of India to stand up to the mighty and say, you have to deliver. We will only understand its effect after maybe a decade. Today, when you read about Gandhi, you read about the Champaran Satyagraha. What was Champaran Satyagraha? It was a few hundred poor peasants being exploited by a number of colonial farmers. There were some English farmers who were suppressing them. It was a small thing, but it taught the people the power of the people. And it taught them that you stand up to injustice and you can get justice. That is what these young women did in Delhi, and that is what I think the youth of India can do. If we want growth for all, we have to correct our economics. And if we want to correct our economics, we have to break this nexus. And if we have to break this nexus, the youth have to say so. And I do hope that you people here, young people who are interested in the future of our nation, because you are going to have to live it, not my generation, we have a few years left. But you must stand up and demand that there is, first of all, growth, and then you can talk about growth for all. Thank you.
और अब भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से हम एक और युवा का सम्मान करने जा रहे हैं। ओलंपिक मेडलिस्ट विजय कुमार, निशानेबाज सिल्वर मेडलिस्ट, कृपया मंच पर आए। पद्माकर वल्लवी जी से, पद्माकर वल्लवी जी और तमाम विशिष्ट मेहमान आज सम्मान करेंगे भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से युवा होनहार विजय कुमार। तालियों की गड़गड़ाहट के साथ इस नौजवान का स्वागत कर रहे हैं हम।
Good evening to all of you. As you know, guys, I belong to Himachal Pradesh, which is a very small state, and I belong to a very small village which is called Harsor, which is based in district Hamirpur. As you know, I am serving in army, and with my job, I am a sportsman. I'm playing for my country. This was my first Olympic. I tried my best. I came back with the silver. We have more competitions, we have more Olympics, we have a long career. I am just 26, 27 years old. So whenever I'll get a chance to compete for my country in a foreign land, in international competitions like Olympics, Commonwealth Games, and the Asian Games, I am always there to compete. I am always there to consistent my performance, to perform my country. I am proud of my country. When I got a call to be a part of this student parliament, I was very happy that I'm going to be a face in front of all of you, because you all guys are, I can say, the hope of India. You all guys are future of our country. So my best wish is always with you. Whatever you do in any field, do your work with your honest and make proud of our country. Thank you very much.
Honorable dignitaries, respected professors, scholars, media persons, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, namaste, good evening. As I'm taking the floor, I see everybody is getting tired, including myself. At the outset, on behalf of the Secretary General of SARC, His Excellency Mr. Ahmad Salim, I would like to express my gratitude to the Committee of Indian Student Parliament for taking this initiative to convene this very pertinent and timely conference. I would also like to thank the organizers for inviting the SARC Secretariat to attend this mega event and for extending a warm reception and gracious hospitality to all of us. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, unlike other previous speakers, if you permit me, I would like to go a little bit beyond the border, since I'm representing a regional organization like SARC with 8 members in the South Asia. I would like to include the youth of 8 member countries with you, those who share the same faith, the same mission, and finally, the same potential with you, dear students. South Asia is blessed with creative and enterprising young minds that make up a vast reservoir of human resources. These young minds are the real engine of change and transformation in multiple fields. However, I must emphasize that the potential of these young minds has been overlooked. In this backdrop, the convening of this parliament, I'm sure, will help recognize the important role the youth can play in the overall development of our region. Ladies and gentlemen, since its emergence as a regional initiative, SARC has achieved remarkable progress in realizing the objectives of the association through establishing a number of mechanisms and institutions. Although SARC commenced with limited areas of cooperation at its inception, it today encompasses diverse areas as trade, finance, energy, agriculture, education, connectivity, security, social development, poverty alleviation, and science and technology, among others. I would like to take this opportunity to share with you very shortly the decisions taken and achievements made by SARC in areas of good governance, democracy, and people-to-people contact. During 16th summit, the leaders, while appreciating that all the member states have evolved into multi-party democracies, underlined the challenges faced by them in ensuring effective, efficient, transparent, and accountable governments. In this regard, they emphasized the need for regional cooperation to strengthen good governance through sharing the experiences, best practices, and establishing institutional linkages. Subsequently, an intergovernmental meeting in Dhaka adopted SARC Charter of Democracy in 2010. Among other things, the Charter requires the member states to promote sustainable development and alleviation of poverty through good governance, equitable and participatory processes, promote democracy at all levels of the government and the society at large, and strengthen democratic institutions and processes in all national endeavors with due focus on decentralization and devolution. Keeping in mind that all SARC member states have now evolved into multi-party democracy and recognizing the paramount importance of democratic and participatory tradition, SARC leaders at the same summit also agreed to convene a conclave of SARC parliamentarians, the first meeting of which is expected to take place during first half of 2013. The decision to set up the SARC Forum of Heads of Election Management Body was mooted at the 37th session of the SARC Standing Committee in Thimphu, April 2010. Among other things, the forum aims at experience sharing and exchange of training activities. The third Forum of Heads of Election Management Bodies of SARC member states was held in New Delhi from 30 April to 2nd May 2012. At this forum, the heads of election management bodies of SARC region, through a resolution, decided to hold regular meeting of the forum annually on a rotational basis. The meeting also adopted a charter formally endorsing the forum. Ladies and gentlemen, and dear students, SARC attaches highly priority to the promotion of people-to-people contacts in the region to foster mutual understanding and goodwill among the peoples of South Asia. Accordingly, successive SARC summits have emphasized on the importance of promoting people-to-people contacts at all levels outside the state sector, which is one of the main objectives of the association. With this objective, the Association of SAARC Speakers and Parliamentarians was formally launched in 1992 in Kathmandu and has since been meeting from time to time, with the last one held in Islamabad from 4 to 6 November 2012. The association essentially is a forum for exchange of ideas and information on parliamentary practices and procedures. Its main objectives are to strengthen people-to-people contacts with a view to achieving mutual understanding, trust, and friendship among the people of SAARC countries, and also to promote contacts, coordinate activities, and exchange experiences among parliaments and parliamentarians of SAARC countries. The decision to establish the South Asia Forum was taken by the heads of state or government of member states at the 16th SAARC Summit in Thimphu, 28-29 April 2010. The forum provides a platform for generation of debate, discussion, and exchange of ideas on South Asia and its future development. The forum consists of eminent personalities of diverse backgrounds from all SAARC member states. The first meeting of the South Asia Forum was successfully held in New Delhi from 8 to 9 September 2011 under the overarching theme of integration in South Asia, moving towards a South Asian economic union. The forum that brought together policy makers, eminent personalities, academia, business leaders, and representatives of civil society from all the SAARC member states facilitated discussions and exchange of ideas on a number of important issues facing the South Asian region as a whole. Finally, distinguished guests, and dear students, as promoting the quality of life of the people of our region is one of the overriding objectives of the SAARC Charter, I believe this process, as a complement to other similar regional initiatives that have already been launched, would contribute significantly in the realization of the objectives enshrined in the Charter. In conclusion, I wish this Parliament every success in its future endeavors. Thank you for your attention.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. Thank you very much, Mr. Ghafoori. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. देश के जाने माने वैज्ञानिक और SOG के एकेडमिक काउंसिल के चेयरमैन डॉक्टर R.A. माशेलकर जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं. आइए सबसे पहले उन पर आधारित ये छोटी सी वीडियो क्लिप देख लें.
Dr. Raghunath A. Mashelkar is one of the most decorated and respected scientists of the world. Former Director General of CSIR and President of the Indian National Science Academy, he is only the third Indian engineer to have been elected as Fellow of Royal Society, FRS, London in the 20th century. Dr. Mashelkar, who had to struggle a lot for his early education, is deeply committed to the cause of the developing world and has spearheaded India's successful challenge to the US patent on use of turmeric for wound healing and patent on basmati rice. A truly erudite and scholarly personality, he has also served as a member over 40 awards and medals, including the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Award, as well as civilian honors like Padma Shri and Padma Bhushan, fail to aptly describe the persona of Dr. Raghunath Mashelkar. Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad is deeply honored to have you, sir, to address this gathering of young and hopeful minds.
और अब आप सब तैयार हो जाइए आज के रेजोल्यूशन के लिए, आज के उस प्रस्ताव के लिए जिस पर हम आपकी राय चाहते हैं. ये क्या होगा आज का रेजोल्यूशन? आइए इसके लिए आमंत्रित कर रही हूं देवेंद्र पाई, आए और आज का रेजोल्यूशन आपके लिए।
Friends, it's time to, take out your cell phones and time for voting for the first resolution of the third Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad. I'll read the text in English first. We, the student leaders assembled here in the third Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, hereby appeal to the government to amend the judicial process so as to keep a 6-month deadline for the trial and verdict of a rape case. Also, new provisions for punishment need to be made in order to prevent threats to witnesses in a rape case. यही मैं हिंदी में पढ़ूंगा। तृतीय भारतीय छात्र संसद में एकत्र हुए हम समस्त छात्र नेता सरकार से यह निवेदन करते हैं कि वह न्यायिक प्रक्रिया में संशोधन कर बलात्कार जैसे गंभीर मामलों में अभियुक्तों के मुकदमे निपटाने के लिए अधिकतम 6 महीने की समय सीमा तय करे। साथ ही बलात्कार मामले के गवाह को धमकाने से रोकने के लिए नए प्रावधान लाए। Now to support this resolution, you have to type BCS I for the inaugural day, space Y to support the resolution, and to oppose the resolution, you have to type BCSI space N and send it to 921-214-8888. I repeat, if you want to support the resolution, you should type BCSI, all of the 4 alphabets in capitals, space Y. If you want to oppose the resolution, you should type BCSI space N and send the SMS to 921-214-8888. And your time starts now.
तो वोट करिए अपने रेजोल्यूशन के पक्ष में। आप क्या मत व्यक्त करते हैं हम यहाँ पर आपको शो करेंगे। आप देख सकते हैं, नंबर आपके सामने है। क्या आपको करना है उसकी प्रक्रिया देवेंद्र ने आपको बताई है। और मित्रों, मैं आपकी जानकारी के लिए आपसे शेयर करने के लिए एक बात कहना चाहूँगी कि विमेन सिक्योरिटी पे ही आखिर क्यों आज ये इनॉग्रल सेशन में हमने ये प्रस्ताव आपके सामने रखा है। आप सब जानते हैं जो दर्दनाक हादसा, सामूहिक बलात्कार की शिकार दिल्ली की एक लड़की, आज पूरा देश उस मासूम के लिए उस दर्दनाक हादसे का हिसाब मांग रहा है। कई जन आंदोलन इस समय देश भर में उठ खड़े हुए हैं और हर व्यक्ति ये चाहता है कि बलात्कारियों को सजा मिले, कड़ी सजा मिले और ऐसी सजा मिले जो जल्दी मिले। कहते हैं जस्टिस डिलेड यानी जस्टिस डिनाइड। अगर न्याय आप समय से नहीं दे सकते तो उसका कोई अर्थ नहीं रह जाता। आज पूरे देश से ये मांग उठ खड़ी हुई है कि बलात्कारियों को कठोर सजा मिले और वो भी जल्द से जल्द मिले। हम चाहते हैं, भारतीय छात्र संसद में आप तमाम छात्र नेता यहाँ मौजूद हैं, आपकी राय देश के हुक्मरान सुने, आपकी राय देश की न्यायपालिका सुने। आपके यहाँ से जो प्रस्ताव पास होके जाएगा उसका वजन होगा और हम चाहते हैं कि ये प्रस्ताव यहाँ से भारी मत से आपके जाए ताकि सरकार पर उसका असर पड़े, न्यायपालिका पर उसका असर पड़े। तो मित्रों, जल्दी से टाइप आपको करना है, यहाँ पर आपको भेजना है और समय आपके पास बहुत कम रह गया है। बहुत जल्दी हम आपको दिखाएंगे कि आखिर आज का ये जो प्रस्ताव है कितने वोटों से यहाँ पारित किया है हमने। भारतीय छात्र संसद का ये तीसरा अधिवेशन है मित्रों, और हम चाहते हैं कि ये मंच एक ऐसी आवाज बुलंद करे जिसे देश भर में सुना जाए। जल्दी अपनी राय से हमें अवगत कराइए, देश को अवगत कराइए। आपकी ये राय बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, सच मानिए बहुत अहम है, ये निर्णायक साबित होगी। मैं आपको इसका यकीन दिलाना चाहती हूँ। भारत की महिला के लिए भारत में एक सेफ जगह होनी चाहिए। वो गांव में, कस्बों में, शहर में, घर में या देश के किसी भी कोने में, जहां भी हो महफूज रहे, सेफ रहे। हमारी यही कामना है और हम चाहते हैं कि ऐसे लोग डरें, ऐसे लोग एक सबक सीखें, लेकिन ये सबक तभी होगा जब उन्हें कड़ी सजा मिलेगी और वो भी जल्द से जल्द। जल्दी ही आपकी राय यहाँ स्क्रीन पर आपके सामने मौजूद होगी, आप देख सकते हैं 98.48%। शुक्रिया दोस्तों, आपने अपनी राय हम तक पहुंचाई। आप चाहते हैं कि ये कानून जो है इसमें बदलाव हो और आरोपियों को जो कन्विक्ट पाए जाते हैं उनको सजा हो। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपके इस प्रस्ताव से, और ये प्रस्ताव यहाँ भारतीय छात्र संसद के मंच से हम आगे लेकर जाएंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।